Kia ora, kia ora, kia ora. I'm pretty sure we are all good to go here. Let's go over to this screen. It looks like everything is a go. I like when things work out. Kia ora everyone, good morning. How are we? Samsara, hello, welcome in. Yeah, we'll get back to that command. And then Smolt, hello, lovely. And then Anxiety 24/7, kia ora. Hello, Anxiety is a new friend that I met last night on a new colouring stream. And honestly, the name is just the vibe. so much. And then over on the YouTube side, Lizbeth, hello. Don't we look fancy? Yes, I am dressed up today. It started because I was cold and I needed a jacket. So I put the jacket on and then I was like, you know what? I need to celebrate today. I need to feel fancy today. So I went and got a literal tiara and I put on jewelry. I literally put on lipstick and mascara. That's basically it. It's not a huge amount, but I did feel like celebrating today. My hair is only like this because it's like this when I don't brush it. When I don't brush it, my hair has volume, and then I brush it and it just goes flat. So this is lazy hair. But basically, the reason why we're celebrating today is it is officially day 28 with no vape, no nicotine, no... Yeah, I am shocked. I'm shocked I made it. But day 28, so it is worth celebrating. So I felt like getting a little dressed up and I was like, screw it, I'm wearing a tiara today because that is, you know, like, it's a lot to give up an addictive substance. And I'm proud of myself for doing it cold turkey. So I was like, screw it, I'm celebrating today. So yes, we are a little bit dressed up today and we're going to rock it. We're going to enjoy it. Yeah, thank you. I'm proud. I did not think I would be able to give it out cold turkey or like this. So very proud. I was cleaning up last night and I found where I had stashed the vapes, which is not at all where I thought I had hidden them. So I accidentally stumbled across them last night. It's just like, nope. So we just put them in a new container and I hid them away somewhere else. And we're just pretending they don't exist because I do still have the vapes. I have them hidden away and I thought I had them hidden away somewhere else, which is great. I haven't been able to find them all month. I found them on day 27. But that's okay. At the end of the day, we've made it and I didn't actually need any last night, so it was good. So yeah, I'm looking forward to now. I said to Mum when I started talking about it that I knew I needed to get through the first 3 days, the first week, and then the first 28 days. And then once I hit that 28 days, it was going to feel like I'm there, you know? So I'm feeling good now we're at that 28 day mark. And we should be good. Hopefully. I'm not even, like, if I stumble and fall and I do end up eventually having a vape again, I'm not going to count that like as a failure, because even giving up for 28 days is better than not giving up at all. So anything we do is awesome. So thank you Smolt as well for bringing up the command about dual streaming in the command thing. So what Sammy was saying about Drake the command is not working is that I was trying to set up a command that would let us keep track of how many days it has officially been since I've had a vape. Because I think that would be fun. However, it turns out Streamlabs doesn't have some differential date stuff and doesn't have some date conversions, and so I had to get some APIs. The APIs weren't working. My brain couldn't process it, so I was just like, nah, not doing. So that's what that Dratno didn't work for the commanders, but maybe one day I'll get it sorted. I have fancy friends that understand a little bit more about commands, but yeah. But yes, thank you Smolt for bringing up the dual commands, because we do have some new friends here. Speaking of new friends, Beth Creates, hello, kia ora, welcome in. We do indeed stream on both YouTube and Twitch, so we are live on both platforms at the moment. I have friends on both who feel comfortable on their chosen platform. I'm happy to be on both, so we do this over here and merge all the chats here so that things work together. You do have access to my Streamlabs, but if you can figure it out, all good, but I have no idea about the API stuff, so that's where I got stuck. Yeah. If you can do it without disrupting stream, you're welcome to do it, but it's not an urgent thing. So yes, Millie Pants, hello, wow, kia ora, welcome in. So we did indeed get Dark Fairytales yesterday, finally. If you didn't know the drama that happened with Dark Fairytales, the pre-order, I'm pretty sure they just never ordered my pre-order copy, Company 1. Company 2 was meant to get it in-store locally, and they never did. Never got it in. So, store free. A store I have never ever brought off before. It's like, I will try it. They got it to me. They got it packaged and shipped out within 2 hours, and it got to me the next day. And it came in so fast, so quickly, and so well packaged. And I was like, holy heck. Paper Plus in New Zealand. I don't have Paper Plus where I live. The only experience I have of Paper Plus is when I was in Gisborne staying at Sammy's old place, and their Paper Plus was tiny and didn't really have a lot of colouring books, so I never think of there for colouring books. They were brilliant. Really, really recommend if you're in New Zealand. I'm over here saying kia ora. It's fun to say. Kia ora is brilliant to say. Kia ora is a te reo Māori term because I am based in Aotearoa, New Zealand. And sorry, I'm just reading chats while trying to talk. Kia ora is like a colloquial way of saying hello, but it also means I wish you good health, I wish you good fortune, I wish you good luck, I hope life is treating you well, how are you doing? So it's sort of like going, hey, how are you? I hope you're well, in 2 words. So kia ora, so easy, so quickly to say, you know, just, hey, I hope you're doing well. So that's why it's a way of sharing my culture from being from Aotearoa, New Zealand, but also just a really genuine way of me going, hey, how are you? Hope you're doing well. Yeah. Yeah, it's vibes as I hope you're thriving. Exactly, Sammy. Exammy. Yeah, so that's why we will say kia ora here and fully encourage you to say kia ora in your life. And you can be like, I can speak some Māori. But yes, you are right, Small. It is how you gain a loyal customer. And the great thing about it as well is because it was $6 shipping and I was $6 away from getting free shipping, or $7 away. So I got 2 kids colouring books. So if you follow my YouTube, there is a Where's Wally flip that is up. But speaking of me being unable to word, I also found a Kiwi colouring book. This is going to be backwards. This is called The Amazing Alphabetical Alliterations. It is a gorgeous Kiwi colouring book, but it also has tongue twisters for every letter of the alphabet. And I read every one of these tongue twisters, and if you know me and how badly I word, it is hilarious. That is going live tomorrow. It is the most difficult video I have ever filmed because of the tongue twisters. I literally had to have a break afterwards because my brain hurt trying to read these tongue twisters. So yeah, that was really fun as well to discover, and cost me the same as paying for shipping. So yeah, great place. But yes, we got Dark Fairytales, so very, very excited about that. And we have had some new folks come in, so thank you for doing a shout out for Sammy on Twitch. Double A, Mandy, Billatini, hello, kia ora, all of you as well. Yes, we are looking fancy today. We are killing a little bit of time till 9, which we have hit now, so we can technically properly start. Everyone arriving in. Started a couple minutes early. But yes, we are dressed up fancy today because I'm officially at 28 days no vape. I'm at my first major goal of quitting vaping. So I dressed fancy today. I'm wearing a tiara because we're celebrating. And we're celebrating by colouring Dark Fairytales. Now, the original plan for today was going to be Shooting Star. And if you saw the scheduled live stream, you would have seen that we had a plan to work in Shooting Star. It was scheduled. It was going to be Shooting Star. I have everything ready to go. But this arrived in yesterday. I started Cinderella last night. So this is Cinderella dancing with death because she can't dance with her true love because no one ever is there for her. These are creepy fairy tales. I started working on this with water-based markers, and I was showing this in the Alien Worlds chat, but I also got a few other messages about how do I do this with water-based markers. I'm talking Crayolas, I'm talking Supertips and various markers, felt tip markers that we give kids. And so I was explaining a little bit in the Instagram group chat, but I kept on getting questions messaged to me as well. I was like, okay, I'm loving this book, but obviously we need to go into more detail about how to use markers in these books, because it's also a really quick way to fill out a page. So this is what I was working on when I got to meet the wonderful Anxiety last night and the wonderful Maya's stream. Sleepy Ghost with the most. Hello, and I see a Winter 89. Hello. Holy fancy. Yeah, we're fancy today. We're fancy. So I sat here vaping. You're all good, Fifth. You know, it's your choice. You do as you need to do. I've been doing it for years, but that's why I'm celebrating today, because I did not think I'd be able to give up nicotine. I've done it for 28 days, and it's like, in the grand scheme of things, not long, but celebrate the small victories, you know? Oh yes, please. I'd love to use water-based markers to base. Yeah. So, yes, and now I'm here. I'm so glad you're here, Anxiety. I'm so glad you're here. I made so many new friends last night. Happens every time I find a new colorist. I jump in there, and then I'm like, yes. And then all, like, bumping into Danger Dimples there and being like, ha, another colouring stream. And depending on when people stream is who will come in, but there's quite a few different colorists on Twitch as well, and it's like, we do the circles, we find each other. It's a small community, but we're growing. We find each other, and then we find people who are deciding that they need a chill out stream, and they do a one-off colouring stream, and then we all come in and glomp them and go colouring. So exciting. It's so amazing, Queen. Yeah, we're celebrating it. That is why I am wearing a crown, because we're a queen. Let me do the Twitch shout out. I cannot do it on YouTube. Shout out at M4 instead of AIYA. This is a lovely stream that discovered last night. Really good time. Really like fun and vibey, but still chill. A chill colour and chaos. It's very much the chill colour and chaos we have here. Those were the vibes. So really enjoyed it. So if you're on Twitch and that heart is hollow, click to follow. If you would like to find another colouring space. They are a variety streamer. They often play games and other bits and pieces as well, but I found them last night for colouring. So, and they're planning to do small colouring streams. So you can be like, more colours. Right, that's a big victory. It is. Yana, hello. How cute you are today. Thank you. Man, I'd love to find more colorists on Twitch. You're the first one I managed to catch. Oh, Millie. Well, there we go. There are a few. I know right now, 2 names that are live are Soapy Colors, aka Yellow Beans. Yellow Beans with 2 Z's on Twitch. Soapy Colors, colors with a U on YouTube. They are currently colouring in The Beauty of Horror. TK Dodo is currently live on Twitch. I believe they're looking at also streaming on YouTube eventually. I can write these names down for you. I'll start. We'll start. There's a community. Anyway. Yeah, it's funny how excited we get when we find a new colorist or streamer. Exactly. It's like, I get so hyped discovering someone colouring that I'm like, yes. And then if I know any other colorists are up and around, I'm like, any of the streamers, I'm like, come on, I found a new colouring streamer. So it's, yeah, it's fun. Anyway, sorry, I'm also getting distracted today. This is why I went live a little early, because I knew there was a little bit of catch up before we get started because of the page. So obviously this one's already started, so I'm not going to carry on with this one because a lot of what I've got to do now is odd stuff for describing the technique. So it's not the best page to now show you how to do this technique. But that's fine, because that gives me another excuse to start another page in here. So I'm thinking of doing Red Riding Hood. I'm debating between the one where she is battling the wolf or the one where she has killed the wolf and is wearing his head. Kind of a bit gruesome for us here on the channel, but it's not, apart from a little bit of what is probably meant to be blood that we don't have to colour. It's not, it's more like kick ass, she kicks ass, she's taking care of a bully. So I'm behind her, not the violence, but her like standing up for herself. I'm here for that message. We're going with that message. Yeah, found you the same way a friend sent me here because she found you. I love that, Valentini. That's how so many people do find other people as well, as user recommendations. Like, come here, come here. Sammy and I have quite often gone, like, we'll be watching streams while chatting and just follow each other to a stream, and we find new friends that way. So yeah, you're working on the Red Queen. Ooh, let's have a look at Red Queen again. What we do, there are certain style of page that we need to work with markers, but the majority of them in this book do cover it. I do like the Red Queen. Unfortunately, she's one of the few that doesn't cover it. We actually want a page with lots of details because she has quite a bit of open space. She's not the best page to do with markers. Now, it still can be done with markers because Kerby puts in all this line work, so we've got some ease, but you want a page that is full of detail, that makes it easier for working with the markers. Luckily, this book is so full of detailed pages. It's brilliant. I like the picture of her wearing the trophy. It's her tiara, so you match. Oh my god, I didn't even think of that double A. Alright, that solves it. We'll do that one. We won't be doing any particular gore or anything like that anyway. Because again, this is a dark fairy tale book. I try to not do too much of the darker stuff on my streams. I prefer to keep us a happy, positive, bubbly, light space, which is why I didn't think I would be streaming this book. But it is really the perfect book to also show how to work with markers because of what it is, because of the detail in it, because of the line work, and because of the paper that I've used before and I know how it works. It's a really good book to explain this technique. So it's like, okay, I probably could have pulled out some of Mythic World as an alternative, but I didn't think that far ahead, did I? Because I was too focused on this one. So many lovely colorists on Twitch. There's also a lot of lovely colorists on YouTube that go live as well, and there's a few of them that do both, so I can watch on whatever platform. It is not necessary to stream on either or both, or to stream at all to be a colorist. You pick up a pen, you're coloring. Like, you cannot color wrong. Right, so let's think about colors. So obviously we have a red cape, so that might be the easiest place to start, is a red cape. I think the other thing that I want to do is I want to create almost like a glowing moon effect behind her, so that she's also a bit backlit. Now, the way that Kerby has drawn his shadows in here is if she's got a light coming from this way, so that will present a little bit of a challenge if we are to backlight it as well. Now, there's nothing saying that there isn't a fire off to the side and she's being backlit, which is probably how we could get away with it. We could do right-sided light, right, left-sided light. I know my lefts and my rights. And also then do a bit of a glow around. When I saw Kerby's take on the story, I imagine that's what it's meant to be there. When I saw Kerby's take on the story, I imagine Grandma was a past Red Riding Hood and passed on knowledge to next generations. I love that. It's so cool. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It's because I try to focus on creating that safe, positive space, we won't be illustrating the blood on camera. I may edit in off camera, because that's something I'm comfortable with, but I don't want anyone else to feel uncomfortable with it. So we won't be illustrating that on camera. We'll be focusing just on colouring the clothes, the folds, showing you shading, that sort of stuff. So yeah, if you are somebody who feels too icky to watch this, please don't put yourself in a situation where you feel uncomfortable, because I want you comfy. Again, Mythic Worlds by Kerby Rosanes, words, is also probably an appropriate book for me to do this technique on. So in future, I could also look at doing the same thing in Mythic Worlds, because I do need to show some love to that one as well. But yeah, I understand this book isn't for everyone. Me, myself, there are 2 pages in this book that I don't see myself colouring because they just give me too much. They're too much for me. I love the illustration style though, but I do understand this book is not for everyone. And because of that, there will be pages that, like, I don't see myself pulling out this one for streams a lot, but it is gorgeous. Yeah. I love the Little Mermaid section. Oh my gosh. Anyway, Brittany, hello, hello. And Shauna, hello, hello. Welcome in. Right, we're doing stuff. Have I got everything? Have I talked enough? Yes, I have. So, I was saying about the moon. That's what I needed. I need my circle template. That's what I need. Oh. Oh, just all my rulers falling down. Because I cleaned everything up, where the heck did I put a pencil? Bog standard pencil. Do I have one on the desk? Because that would be too obvious, wouldn't it? They're not hard to find, at least. I've been working hard to clean up and sort out. I officially have unpacked every single box in this room finally. Now there's still a couple of like dump bags on the shelf, so it's not fully unpacked, but the only box in this room is a box of donation stuff, so it counts. Right. So we have, this is just like a generic circle template. Let's see how big it is. I don't actually think it's big enough after all that for what I want, because I kind of want to frame the head as if it was under a moon. What's in here? Can I tip you out? Not you. You're even worse. The what random circles do I have around me moment? Jar of batteries? Jar of batteries. And picture mounts. This is why we have random stuff around our desk all the time. Right, hopefully you're in line. No, and I don't like where I've lined you up. And I actually... let's try that again. Let's bring that way down. Actually, we have an overhead camera, Amy. We can make this more logical. We can just make sure this way using the camera. Okay, that should be better. Wow. I did a really bad job there, but that's okay. That's more like it. So I'm just going to clean that up and remove it anywhere that is not background. Just clean up the line a little bit. It doesn't need to be a perfect circle. Just helps to have that circle template. And just make sure we got none down there. Alright, now we have a moon sketched in the back. You can't see a thing, but that's okay, you'll trust me. Buy a pencil, lose it, buy another pencil, lose it, eventually end up with 10,000 pencils. Yep. I have a whole bucket of pencils from, as I've been sorting out, going, that's another pencil, that's another pencil, that's another pencil. It's like, how did we get this many pencils? Okie dokie. So, as I say many a time, when you don't know where to start with a page, start with what you know. What do we know about this page? This is Red Riding Hood. So, of course, she's got to have a red hood, right? Kind of makes sense. So, we'll start with our Red Riding Hood. We've worked out our light sources. So, we're going to follow Kerby's light from the right, but also have backlit glow. So, we technically have two light sources. The backlit glow, I'm not going to worry about too much because that I'm actually going to add in with pencil. So we're going to focus more on the left-sided light that Kerby has illustrated, and focus on colouring that, and that will match basically what Kerby has put in there, which makes it a lot easier. Right, let me catch up. Rosalind, hello, hello. You look amazing today. Thank you. We actually put effort in this morning. Susie, hello. You look great. Congratulations, Rebates. Thank you. Not brave enough yet. It'll happen when you're ready. I just happened to be ready when I was ready. And it's a shock to me as well. So you can see here, once I get my pen back in, these are some of my water-based markers. Now we're using a mixture. I've got Crayola Supertips. I've got generic no-name brush markers. I have got a couple of Tombos. I've got some Staedler Fineliners. I've got random felt tip markers that came with some kits. So my markers are an assortment, but one thing I have done is I have taken all my sets of markers and bundled them into color groups, and that makes it a little easier when it comes to something like this because my colors are sorted, and so I can look at red, no, we want a red cape, and go, okay, we've got a neutral red there, okay, that's way too brown for what I'm wanting, like too warm. We want a shadow tone, so we want something cooler, so that will work better for a shadow tone because it's a cooler red. Maybe we should bring a little bit of brown in to get really, really dark. So it's a nice cooler dark brown. Let's go back to red and maybe add in something really bright. They're quite similar. Actually, I think from memory the Tombow is ridiculously bright. Yeah, kind of the same as the one we already used. Maybe we'll need to pull out an orange. Or we go the other route and we go a pink. I'm going to swap you because you're a nicer. So yeah, it's just going through, testing colours, till we find a combo that we're happy with. All these are way too dark, but there are some pretty browns in here, and I should remember that because we will need more browns. I wanted pinky reds. Maybe you? No. Hope we're all doing well out there and excited to see this come to life. I hope I can pull it off how I'm imagining. I should have pre-chosen these first couple of colours. It would have made life a little easier, but also there's the bundle I was thinking of. You get to see the true part of this, which is how long it genuinely takes to pick the colours and why the time token to pick colours is the longest part of this process. Try you. There we go. That's what I want. Okay. Oh, I deleted it, Sammy, because it wasn't working, and I was just going to look at it later, so the existing one isn't there anymore. It was also crashing and freezing my browser every time I tried to open it, so it really was not happy with it. So I just had to delete it to unfreeze my browser. Yeah. So it's all good, Sammy. I'm aware it would be much easier in StreamerBot, and honestly, I just need to get you to sort me in StreamerBot. I know. It's really not an urgent thing. It was just something fun I thought of that I was like, this will be cool. Right, so you can see there is our blend. So we've got a real variety of markers here. I've got Supertip, Tombow, and then some generic brush markers. It's just about getting the color range. So we've got our main red, which is our main color, a darker shadow tone, a super dark shadow tone, and a lighter tone. So we have our mid-tone, a dark, a light, and an ultra dark. And honestly, the choosing of the colors takes longer than every other piece of this. I have more scraps sheets than colored pages. Yeah, you need quite a bit of scrap paper for this one as well, because it does take a hot minute to figure out. All right, let's bring you in slightly. We may go slightly blurrier, but hopefully it'll make it easier to see. So I'm going to start with the lighter of our two dark tones. And because Kerby has these shadows in here, this makes it real easy. I'm just going to start applying the color basically where he's created these shadows. Now I'm not like working in like one smooth line. There's a little bit of working flick, 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 but that is because I'm currently using a brush pen. So that's how I work the nib. So we've got our dark colour. Shauna, hello, hello. Love the tiara, thank you. I'm watching while working in Leon's Journey. Leon's Journey, oh my god, I want that book so badly. It's so pretty. I'm pretty sure that's going to be my next, like, I need to save, and then I need to place a Japan order, because I need to get Leon's Journey. It is so cute. It's a colouring book about cats, of course it's cute. Alright, we have our dark colour here, and we'll just use that to deepen around the edges or wherever we want a deeper shadow, and help that blend a bit into our deep red. I'm just kind of dotting it in. And then we're just giving it a second to dry. So this is one of the big things as well, is we have to make sure we leave time for our paper to dry. We don't want to saturate our paper so severely that the ink pulls all the way through. So you just do have to allow a little bit of time for drying, but when you allow that time for things to dry, you can put on quite a few layers with no bleed through. So I have a little bit here where I did not allow enough time to dry, but I was also trying to film something. So I've got a little bit, but luckily it's brown on a house. So it's very workable, that bleed through. But as long as you allow enough time for things to dry, it is not going to bleed through. Sassy, hello, hello, welcome in. Alright, we are dry, so now we're going to take our red and we're going to work that not only over the shadow tones that we put down, but further out to create our red. So we're going right over everything, and that will blend together those shadows that we put in. And end, you can see I'm leaving a little edge of white that we will come back over and colour in with our lighter tone. So you can leave that pure white if you want to have a pure white highlight, or you can come in with your light tone here. Hands are actually really cold today. Can I add you to my kitten photos spam list? Yes, please. Why are you not already sending me photos of kittens? Sassy. I'm disappointed in you. I'm kidding. Please send me all the cute kitties. Right, those tombos just need an extra second. Yeah, no bleed fruit. No bleed fruit at all. It's still a little damper than I'd like, but we can get in there. So we can use our lighter tone and just fill in those little highlight sections. And then we can give it like a little review, see if there's anywhere we've missed, but we can also go back over with another layer to deepen up anywhere that we want to create more shadows, more contrast. My throat is immediately deciding that it no longer wants to exist. So yeah, if there's anywhere that you want to deepen, you can just dot in a little bit there. But that's how quickly it can come together. The majority of the time is spent choosing the colours and waiting for things to dry, then actually colouring. So it's a dark retelling of Red Riding Hood. It is. We are working in Kerby Rosanes' Dark Fairytales. Beautiful. Thank you so much, Shauna. So I hope that's coming across clearly as to how to use these markers to shade these pictures. If you all have any questions at any point, please let me know if things aren't being explained clearly. I can't specifically name the colors I'm using because of course there's no color numbers on these markers. I really wish I would. And of course I'm just using various assorted markers, so I can't specifically tell you color names, but other than that, hopefully if there's any questions I can do my best to answer them. If it's so you can see up here where we've got these little folds, we're going in almost a bit dotty. As we get to this bigger space, we're going to have to change our approach a little bit. We've got our just wanted to make sure all good, Sassy. Yeah. So yeah, as we get to this section here where we have a lot more of a big open space, we're going to have to fill it up because of course we want to have the color there, but we're using water-based markers and they go streaky in big areas. So how do you fill in a big area without it looking streaky, right? So this is where you have to accept using water-based markers, you're never going to get a fluid blend. We can do a couple of things to make it look like a smooth blend, but it's never going to be a pure smooth blend. So one of the things we're going to do is we're going to keep our edges irregular. We're not going to have the smooth lines that I kind of started sketching in. We're going to break this up a bit because this allows for texture as we double things in. But then as we come in with our next marker, and start colouring in, we can kind of just circle in the colour. And if it goes a bit splotchy, if it goes a bit streaky, it's understandable because we've done that streakiness before. So it just looks like it's on purpose, right? So we're kind of hiding the fact in here. And then sure, it's going to be uneven and not smooth, but it's going to be with a good reason, because we've textured it to look that way. And so it helps it look a little bit more like it's not streaky pen marks, it's texture of the clothes. So I hope. So there, I didn't actually let the underlayer dry long enough. I jumped straight in, forgot to let it dry, so we've got a little bit of ghosting. So this is what I mean about you've really got to let things dry. Yeah. Right. Ooh. I'm always afraid to use water-based markers because I'm afraid they're going to run out right at the most critical moment. Yes. I have another box of 100 Crayola Supertips on my shelf for that reason. But yeah, a lot of these cheaper markers are running out, but it also, like, these are very easy to find. Like, you know, at the end of the day, they're markers. You find them everywhere. I just have tubs of markers. They don't have to be good brand ones. As long as they've got good ink, they will work. Student tips are nicer and make it easier to work with. But yeah, if they run out, they just get even more streaky, and then you have to work even more to just blend them in, but it's workable. Thank you for bringing out focus mode, Smolk. Have a 13-week-old ginger kitten. His name is Bingo. He's so affectionate. We're going to share a pic of him. You can DM me on Instagram. I do technically have a Discord, but the Discord's pretty dead. There is a colouring community Discord that a couple of lovely people have been building, and it's in progress. It's not quite open yet, but I have been helping out with that. So that'll be hopefully coming to fruition soon, and we'll start sharing that one as well. And to be perfectly honest, I will be leaving my Discord. I mean, my Discord will still be there because I run D&D and stuff on it, but I'll probably more likely link the community one because there's multiple people running it, including helping out with the admin and stuff. And so when I'm going through moments where I need to step away, someone else is there to be running and promoting it. Yeah. The jumbo jewel chip. Yeah, the Tombos have a number. You are correct. So we're using 856. Really should get some more Tombos. Kinga and Shadowar I cannot get though. I would like to get more Tombos. Yeah. And I do have the Staedler dual tipped ones as well. But yeah, I wouldn't mind getting more Tombos just so I can share colour names. Because then I could have like a colour chart comparison or something. I don't know. I know some people like to have specific colour names so that they can colour along. That's the wrong colour. That's meant to be bright red down there. Whoops. That's okay. We'll just work over it. Alright, so we're bringing in our pink highlight colour. But this time, if we just fill in the section like we did last time, it looks really like, you know, it's quite a harsh edge. So again, we're just going to dot it in. We're going to use the streakiness of the markers to blend that out a bit. Just make it a little less like obvious streaky and more like this is on purpose. I did not shade down there, so we'll just clean that up. Add in our red here. We give that a moment to dry so we don't bleed through, and then we're going to start working another little layer on top of this, deepen up some areas and smooth it out a bit. But again, you can see how quickly that has come together, and we can always pull out a pencil later on to deepen up just that little bit further if we want to go further. I should have had a white pencil handy. Oh. I will often, and probably what I'm going to be doing here, use something like a yellow if we've got a moonlight glow, and then where the high points are with the pencil come in on top of all this to add in my high points. The yellows are on top. And bring that in on top to create a more intense shadow, or to create a more intense highlight, or to blend out a highlight. But like 2 seconds to add in a highlight on top of a minute of marker work. And this is how the page, and why this technique can come together really quickly. Yeah. So we're just going to get into it now. So I'm just going to blend out these a little bit more. And start working on here. Making sure we're getting underneath the head. I can get them Brittany, it's just not something that's in my budget right now. I don't know if I can get them on Amazon. I've looked at them in a couple of art stores. I haven't looked to see if Amazon delivers them to New Zealand though. But yeah, I can get them individually at the local art store, which is great because that also means individual refills. I only have these Tombos because the beautiful pencil butter actually sent me a little kit of them. And at first I didn't know how to really use them, but I've gotten better at them over the years, I believe. But I don't have a huge amount. I've got the tropical set, is the one that she very kindly gifted me because she had a double. So yeah, I've got like a red, a couple of pinks, a couple of teals, and I think like a lime green. Looks so good. I could never. Thank you, anxiety. You absolutely could. Anyone can. Again, you cannot color wrong. The only wrong coloring is not coloring. So you can only try. That area where, so we've really saturated in there, so we're not working in there anymore because we've got a little bit of shadowing here where I have, because I rushed and did not leave that to dry. So yeah, but as you'll see with this one, when I actually take my time and remember to let things dry properly and take it slow, no bleed through. So yeah, I'm just really, I get in the zone and it's like go 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 go, and then I'm like, wait, no, I can't go, I have to stop, I have to let things dry. And I'm very bad for wanting to just do zoomies and go 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 go. It's like no 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 no. It's truly the hardest part of this for me. Right, so we have almost no pink highlight in there, but that's okay because it wouldn't actually be getting too much. get a highlight there. We do need to go back over. Okay, but we can very carefully, just while it's wet, get those last little bits up there done. And we'll let that dry and then come back in and deepen it up. But yeah, there's our red cloak. Still got the red ties to do. Yeah, Faber-Castell pigment markers are Indian ink. Yeah, that interesting. Just got the King Art markers. I really like them. Excellent. Honestly, like, I've done this technique with the cheapest of the cheap markers. Like, I've got a bunch of these ones in here. These are freebie markers that came with a colouring book. They're absolute shite markers. Still works. It's not even like, I find certain tips easier to use. I know some people don't like using the Supertips tip. You don't have to use Supertips for this technique. Some people prefer a brush water-based marker or a a bullet tip. Whatever you've got, whatever you want to use. It's just about trying it out. Right, need to let that dry. While we let that dry, we'll bring in our other tool that I often use. We have to make sure we get the right ones. Is I also have Fineliners. So Fineliners can be another excellent addition, particularly on really, really fine areas. So like this ribbon that we're going to be working on, and up here under the wolf, and when we get to the wolf himself. So up here we've got the fur and then the cloak, but it would be casting a shadow onto the cloak, but it's real tiny up there. It's real hard to get a marker up there. So using a fine liner is a great option to just get in there and do those little deeper areas. And that's where these brush markers are quite handy, because they are also fine liners. They've got a brush tip, but they've got a fine liner end as well. Again, doesn't have to be the Staedler fine liners in particular. These are just the ones I have. Use what you've got. You can use this in here. Clean those up. So yeah, this is a really good technique that I do while I'm on streams as well, because I'll do a section of colour and then I'll type a few messages, and then by the time I've typed a few messages, it's dried enough that I can carry on with the next colour, so then I carry on. Yeah. So yeah, just find some water-based markers that work for you and play around with them. And then once you get into liking them, you're like, actually this is fun. And then you can also play around with adding water to them as well. And have a whole new field day of techniques. Yeah, this is often a technique I also go for when my hands are really flaring up bad. It's like I can't normally. Oh, sorry. Apparently I'm losing my voice today. Good timing. Yeah. So like, you know, some nights I have really particularly bad hand swelling and I can't hold a pencil. I can't do pencil shading, but I still want to do like a detailed page with some shading, and so this is where this technique can be an absolute godsend for it, because I can still do a bit of shading. I'm just showing you what we can add with a little bit of a white pencil or highlighter color in a pencil. And then I'll do the same thing once I establish a glow in whatever color I end up doing the glow in. Probably like a yellow or something. There we go. There's our cloak entirely done. In the space of about half an hour. Which, admittedly, is a bit slower than normal for me, but streaming. But yeah, you can see that if you're used to pencils and how slow pencils are, it can actually be quite a quick one. So, now that we've done that, we've got to figure out the rest of our colours. Because we started with the easy one. So, I'm thinking browns for the trees, greens for the plants, grey for the wolf. So, really quite classic colours, and then, you know, her skin tone and stuff. And then, like I said, moon. Maybe like a yellow moon, and then like purple sky that goes into black. Is sort of what I'm thinking. So that would mean our colours are kind of the colour plan that I've got planned for the ballroom scene. Perfect. But with the addition of green. So purples, yellow in the sky, browns, greens, greys. Yeah, no, I think that'll work, and then we can also tie the colours into her little basket down there and her items. And we've got her dress and stuff too that we can work on. I just noticed as well. Her ribbon goes all the way down here, so we'll just make sure we get her whole ribbon. Alright. Well, I have got some browns out, so maybe we'll do the tree browns. I'll show you twisty trees, because the trees are actually quite a big space, but they work similar to clothing folds, especially because Kerby again gives us all these pre-drawn lines, which makes life really, really easy. So just bear with me a moment while I figure out my colours. I want to make sure we go very different browns for this one. I want more cooler, richer browns. I don't want my hair to get caught everywhere like it currently is. It's slightly more in the green fan, but you'd actually work quite well for tying in. Maybe we'll actually bring in a bit of grey, because I do have some like green and brown grey type pens. Good, it's just not dark enough. So let's change to a darker grey bundle. Oh my goodness, it is Maya. Hello, lovely. How are you going? How are we? Yay, new friends. Alright, let me zoom you out. I can do buttons. I am functional. I'm not in the slightest. Hello. So this is what I was working on last night while we were talking. So I can actually show you now. So glad you can make it. Hope the rest of your time zone has been going well. Hope your night had a good sleep. Gosh, it must be sort of early over there. Not too bad actually. Yeah. So yeah, we're using the same technique to work on this Red Riding Hood page. I was using just like water-based markers like Crayola Supertips, felt tips, basically, felt tips. And yeah, we're just starting this, and I'm trying to explain how I do all the shading and stuff like that in a way that doesn't also bleed through on the page. So I'm just trying to organize some browns for the tree, because honestly, color choice takes the longest in this technique. Like trying to find the right color. I mean, it's the same with a lot of things, a lot of colors, coloring in though. Like choosing your color seems to take the longest. It's 8 a.m. just waking up. Perfect timing. I was like, yeah, it's not too far behind in Australia. So the lovely Maya is who I was talking about earlier, about the fun new friend that we made last night and how we met anxiety as well. Gorgeous, gorgeous streamer. Gorgeous frog themed as well. If you like froggies, just saying. Wonderful froggy time over there. But yes, they were doing some colouring last night and it was gorgeous. And Maya, if you have a picture of it anyway, I know you didn't quite finish it, or you hadn't quite finished it by the time I went to bed. You might have finished it afterwards. But if you've got a picture of it anyway, or you're colouring, feel free to drop your Instagram or social media. Yada, yada, yada. Words. Words are good. I word good. Should probably have some regular water. This is probably part of the problem. We need to actually hydrate. You've got 48 of the King Art markers. Excellent. Okay. So because that's a brand new bottle, I of course spilt it everywhere. And normally that would be like, I spilled my water, usual. However, it's a real problem when you're working with water-based markers. We really don't want to drop water droplets anywhere. So I'm just going to make sure I like have fully dried off my hands. Yeah, don't have a picture yet. I'll take a picture when I finish it next time. No worries. I thought that might be the case. Alright, no water. So we're going slightly more greenish brown on the trees, but I kind of like the ill tone that it's giving me. Like it sounds weird to think of that, but it's kind of like maybe this wolf resides in a poisoned forest. Like something about my brain really likes this slightly tinted green, slightly ill looking brown. It's the only way I can describe it. It doesn't look like a healthy brown and I'm digging it. So that's what we're gonna do. Sean, hello! This is a really super helpful stream. I have an almost full set of Tombos and really use them because of the streaking issue. Ah! Well, there you go. I hope this helps you to encourage playing with them. You can't get rid of the fact that water-based markers streak, so work with that. Use it for texture. Use it to blend and just have fun with it because, honestly, so quick colouring a page with water-based markers. The actual colouring. The rest of it is just you chilling, and the slow times is, you know, the picking of the colours, the waiting for things to dry. That's all the stuff that takes time. Right, so you can see by our little tester shot here that we've actually got our grey as our dark, and then we've got a dark brown as well for our two darker tones. So we're going to start again with the same technique. Kerby very kindly for us gives us all these lines to follow. So we're going to try and create tree texture following all the shading that's already in there, which makes it really easy. Keeping in mind we've got light coming from the left, and we've got the backlighting a little bit, so our edges should be a bit lighter. So we just start with our darker areas and start dotting in. And it makes it easy because Kerby puts in these wells and creates the deep dark areas for us to start with. We can just start working it in. Oh, you just shortened your username? No worries. I thought it was Shona, but I also just tend to read usernames as written because that's the username that you've publicly put out there. So while I may know an example is Smalt, I know Smalt's name, but we always say Smalt because Smalt is the username that Smalt has put out there, and so that is the public facing name. So I tend to put people's names as their username is written, if that makes sense. Because that is your username, that is the name you have put out in the world. But now that I know, I will do my best to remember to say Shona instead of Sean. Sean. Yeah, I can word. I'm having one of those days. I swear, ever since I read those brain twisters yesterday, it's like words are no. Alright, so there's some dark brown. We may go back in and also add in some more later on. We're just starting with this. Then we have our main brown color. So you can also fold into this as many tones as you want. Like I tend to go for 4, but you can work with, I would say 3 minimum. But you can work with 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, like however many you want to gradiate in there, you can work in there. So again, you can see I'm kind of being streaky with the lines. Nothing is like a smooth, crisp line because we're working with that streakiness of the water-based markers. And we're starting to get that sort of ripply effect of a tree trunk. I always feel like I'm supposed to go light to dark with marker layers and never cognitive distortion. Winter, okay, yeah, this is a whole thing. So I actually went to art school. I have a degree from art school. It is a useless piece of paper. I use almost nothing from my art school days. And the degree that I have is no longer even recognized as a degree anymore. So it really is a useless piece of paper that I have, because it was a Bachelor in Art and Creativity. It's not recognized anymore as an actual degree, because it should be a Bachelor of Visual Art, but there was no actual history component to my art degree. It was all practicum, so it's not recognized, so it's useless. But during that degree, one of the tutors was very set on everything having a process. For a degree about creativity, very set in a stuck process, right? And they were always light to dark, light to dark, light to dark. You can always darken further, light to dark, light to dark, light to dark. And my brain could never compute that. And it wasn't until I started exploring art on my own and beginning to work as doing my portraiture illustrations that I realized I need to work dark to light, because I like to put those shadows in first. I've talked about this before. First thing I like to try to do normally, especially when working with pencils, get rid of the white of the page, because the white of the page throws off your color balance. So a lot of the time when I was doing my portraitures, I worked on colored card, so I was working on a medium tone. So the best thing to do was to get those darks in and to get the lights. Now I get my shadows in first because I also like working over my layers a lot. So putting my darks in first and then layering to my light also blends it out at the same time and creates a smoother and richer shadow because there's more layers in there. So that is why I have always worked dark to light, and I will forever say, if you are more comfortable processing dark to light, do dark to light. Yes, you can go in there and darken it more, and it's hard to get in there and lighten things. You can get in there and lighten things. It's tricky, but it's doable. But it's also what you feel comfortable working in for your brain. Yeah. And that makes sense. I have multiple screen names trying to consolidate so people. Yeah. And that's exactly it, Shona. That is exactly why I am Amy Ward Art everywhere. Just keeping it consistent. And try to make sure I grab Amy Ward Art everywhere. There's a new social media platform because I'm like, I must stick with mine. Luckily, I have a very unique spelling of Amy, so I can usually get my username. Time went off, so I have to play on replay. You now have a picture of Ruby, my Mancoon. Fantastic, Shauna. I will have a check out of that later on. And absolutely, you enjoy the VOD later on. I hope you have a good rest of your time zone. Thank you so much for being here. I am going to try to catch your stream tonight, Shauna. You stream at midnight for me, so can't promise it, but I'm going to try to catch you tonight. I've got a notification on my phone to remind me, so hopefully, I think it's tonight. It's either tonight or tomorrow night, but either way, it's midnight for me, so I may be asleep, but if I'm awake, I will catch your stream. Also, I really like your stream layout, so pretty. Thank you. I got this entirely for the break screen, because this was everything. The only thing that would make it 100% perfect is if the cat was black, because Shadow is black. So that is the only thing that's missing. But we got buns, butterflies, and pretty pictures, and yes. So that's why I got it. I did have my own, which is where my emotes came in. They were themed around my emotes. I used to be an affiliate. I chose to leave the program for my own mental health. And I used to have my own screen that I designed that was blue in theme. And it had, I don't know why I'm doing them all. I don't need to do them all. It had ward art, which is a little rainbow pencil that you saw last night. Ward art also was bouncing on screen, and you could redeem things to make ward art talk and stuff like that. Now I do miss ward art, but when I left I decided to just change up the vibes a little bit and go a little bit more cutesy cozy, comfy, and I like it. Sometimes it's fun to change up your layout, but I do miss ward art. I feel like someday we're going to need ward art back. But yeah, you still think on Twitch there are some emotes that you can do from like the follower emotes when you're in the channel and stuff like that, but yeah. Secret emotes. I really do have to get Sammy that glitter heart though, so she can get it uploaded into hers. Like it. If I'm going to lurk and get the pups out of bed, all good, Maya. You lurk away. Do what you need to do. Enjoy your lurk cookie. I've heard that delicious. We encourage the lurky lurks here. I know we have a lot of people who hang out while they colour and do their stuff. In fact, what are we up to? What are we up to? I know a lot of our YouTube friends are colouring right now. But if you want to take a moment to share what you're working on, I would love to hear, because I'm nosy. And if you want to show it off, you know, you can DM it to me on Instagram and I can pull it up on screen, because I do that. Ah, not that button, Amy. I just realised I have not got Instagram open. Haha. Professional. We're very, like, I'm a little bit more chaotic than usual today. I'm usually not this chaotic. I'm still on the Rapunzel pages in Kirby's books. Oh my gosh. Beady! Hello, hello. I finally got it. And yes, the Rapunzel pages are gorgeous. I am decompressing after work and then want to create a mood board for all the worlds and alien worlds. Double A, I am so with you. It has become a thing lately. Like, it has become a, I don't want to say problem, though it's kind of a problem. So I work from home. Let's use that one. I work from home, and it means that I have some downtime at work sometimes, and there's other jobs that I should be doing, and I've kind of been putting off a job because I haven't been feeling well for 3 weeks, and it takes a lot of spoons, and I haven't had the spoons. And last night I really should have started working on it. Instead, I just minimized the work platform while there was no work and started creating mood boards for certain pages that I wanted to work on. For example, the Shooting Star page that we were going to work on today, this was going to be the mood board for Shooting Star, and it's just going to Pinterest and collecting images and palettes and ideas and being like, yes, and then new page, and it's great for when I want to be creative in color, but I don't have the capability of coloring. It's like almost like a puzzle. But yeah, it's the idea of planning. And I get why Elm Colors has so many pages in her books that she's printed out of ideas now. Like, I get it. It's addictive to just sit there and do that. So yeah, I've started doing it for quite a few pages. And I'm like, I don't need to be doing this right now, but also I need to be doing this. I'm trying to find every single set of water-based markers I own so I can try this. Literally magical. Oh, I love that. I'm working on the title page in Alien Worlds. Just want to get it out of the way. Well done. I have skipped the title pages. I went on to just the planets. I gotta get back and do that eventually. Yeah. It's like, I started with what was interesting to me. Yeah. Also, Brittany Jones, welcome in. I'll have to make a point because we also have Brittany Daniels in here, so making sure I specify which Brittany. All the multiple name friends. Love it. Love to see it. It's a common Amy problem in real life because there's always so many Amy's. Alright, so this part is easy. We just fill in the rest. And this is where we can just go, and the streakiness doesn't matter because it's hidden in there. So you can kind of just go for it. And just make sure we get this section done. It's such, I would call this nibbling diaper green. It's such ugly green browns. And I would normally never use it, but for like a sick forest tree vibes, perfect. Absolutely perfect. And as you can see, no bleed through because I sat and waited this time. Yeah. Are we excited to see the Shooting Star page? Yeah, because that was the plan for today, AA. That was the plan, and then because I just had so many questions about how to use water-based markers from this page, I was like, I can be swayed to switch, and I kind of wanted to switch as well. But the plan is Sunday to try out gouache. So hopefully Sunday we'll be trying out gouache for the first time, and maybe having some special friends join us. It's a bit uppity in the air, but the plan is gouache on Sunday. If it doesn't come into being, that'll be a backup plan for Sunday as well, so we can work on Shooting Star, particularly if I don't want to work on like a dark page, because it is complete opposite. It's lightness and rainbows and kitties and mushrooms. Like, it's complete opposite to this. So yeah, that's sort of Sunday backup. I also, while setting up the plan for the Shooting Star page, I may have also planned the page in Romantic Country Free. So that'll be the next page after that. Is some Romantic Country as well. So yeah, we've got pages coming out our ears at the moment and ideas coming out the ears, but also I love it and I'm excited. So yeah, I don't imagine the shooting star one would take too long, to be perfectly honest. So it's just getting in there and doing that one. All right, you're dry, so we can carry on. Not that this area is affected. That was the wrong brown, Amy. You're starting with the wrong color. Good job. It's like you're a professional. Yeah, I could... What was I saying? Don't know. Can't matter. Nah, it's completely gone. Brain is completely blanked out. Can't be important. You ever have that? Like where it's just like it falls out of your brain and it's like, I swear it was something important, but it's gone now. I find it so funny. But yeah, I got work tonight and we have to get on to some of this backlog of stuff tonight. No matter how I'm feeling, I have to push myself through, which rough, but gotta be done. At least I'm not feeling too bad today. Yeah, a little bit of a flare-up day, but not the worst. So hopefully by tonight we won't be too swollen and we can smash out the work. And then it is the weekend and I'm excited. Tomorrow is my mum's birthday, so Mum, if you're lurking in the background, which she sometimes does, happy birthday for tomorrow, Kiwi Mum. I mean, I'll say it to her properly in person tomorrow. She may or may not be lurking. Sometimes she does lurk in my streams. And yeah, so we're doing a high tea tomorrow. So I have to, in the morning, I'm getting the cake and ingredients like some fresh bread and stuff so that I can make little tea sandwiches, which is going to be really cute. We're going to pull out my fancy tea set that we have not pulled out since since my marriage, and I'm now divorced, and that was many years ago. So yeah, but we're pulling that out. We've got like some little cake stands and we're going to put some slices and some sausage rolls and just have like a fun little high tea afternoon. And yeah, it should be really fun and really yummy, and yeah, I'm excited for it. I think it's going to be fun. So that'll be in the afternoon, and then evening is evening, we'll figure it out. And then of course Sunday, as I said, gouache, which I'm really hopeful that I won't be too swollen for, because it is a case of I need to be able to not only be in a lot of pain, because a new skill takes extra spoons, so I need to not only not be in pain, but I also need brain spoons that day. So that's why I'm saying gouache, but with the little asterisk beside it of body dependent, because I am aware the day before, like, my nibblings are coming around here for the afternoon tea, right? So kids, and making food, and you know, there's going to be effort. So yeah, it's like I'm hopeful, but caveat, it may not be doable. But all going well, then Sunday we will spend all day learning how to gouache paint. We're going to work in Magical Woodland by Kate Pellerin. Haven't chosen the page, but I feel like that book is just perfect for gouache work. And as I said, I am also potentially going to have a couple of friends joining me on stream as well in The Voice, who are a bit more experienced in gouache than myself, so that we can get some real life tips from people who actually know what they're doing. Because I've been sorting out my room, I have found all the paintbrushes. I have piles and piles of paintbrushes that I brought for like painting and gouache, so like acrylic and watercolor brushes that are just sitting there unused. So I feel like I've got all the supplies ready to go, so I'm hopeful that we will have a good day. And then, like I said, if something happens and I'm not physically up to it, or it doesn't work out, we have the shooting star back up for Sunday. There are always more days and more to do pages. Yep. Never ending, isn't it? Just like all the time. More. But also, it's fun. It's so fun. Well, you have a tiara, it should go well. This is not my only tiara as well. I own multiple crowns and tiaras, and I make no apologies for that. Everyone needs multiple crowns and tiaras. This is just the comfy one. This one's like very lightweight and just like wearing a headband, so it's the easy one to wear. It's not my favorite of the designs though, and if you want to see the favorite one, I will stand up and get it in just a moment, because I do actually need to stand up and have a bit of a break. So probably a really good time to take a little break, take a little stretch break, and I can swap crowns. You want to see the best crown. Going to color those in for now. Those are going to be green, those little dots that I was leaving, but I'm just going to color them in just to cover it up, just so it doesn't throw my eyes off. More crowns, you say? We can do more crowns. Stardust, hello. I'm so sorry, lovely, but you are officially the one instigating the tradition today. We have a running joke on the channel about how every time I'm going for a break, somebody arrives in, and today it is Stardust. But yes, we have been streaming for an hour and a half, and it is time to just take a little stretch break. We're only going to be a couple of minutes. I don't need to go to the bathroom or anything, but I do need to stand up and stretch, because I can feel my back is starting to seize. So I'm going to get my walking frame and just do a zoomy up and down the hallway a little bit, and I will change out the crown as promised, and then we will be back. Take this opportunity to go to the bathroom, grab a drink, grab your meds, grab a snack, do the things, you know, be adult. But I'll put you on the Be Right Back screen, and we will see you very, very soon. This will not be a long break. Helps if you unmute the mic as well. Okay, I feel much better now. Welcome back, everybody. Hope you had a good break. I took 2 seconds to eat something, had my walk, had my stretchies, feel much better. Can now show you. So like I said, this is just a simple little tiara, so you can put it in this way to have your sort of classic, you know, tiara style, but you can also just use it almost headband like, so it is actually the most comfortable. This is a Christmas album, we need to skip it. Next. But the favourite crown is this one here. It is so pretty. All the different tones and colours in it. It is entirely metal. And it is a full-on crown. It is a little heavy to wear. It does also have little holes in it, so you can put little pins in there so it stays in place perfectly. But it's a full-on crown, and you know, some days you just need to rock a full-on crown. I usually wear this one on my birthday streams, but we're making an exception today. So yeah, we'll keep rocking that one now because I got it. Oh, they are very, very pretty. Thank you. Heavy is the head that wears the crown, pretty much. This is like a heavy one because it is all like metal and gems. It is like not real gems, it's all fake, but it is relatively heavy for, like, you know you're wearing something on your head. Yeah, I hope you all had a good break. Welcome in. Sorry, Stardust, that you were the one that instigated our tradition, but it does happen. And it does feel much, much better after taking a break. My back feels a lot more flexible now after stretching, and we can carry on with our trees. So we've got quite a few trees to go here, but I think you can see the texture, and like it feels like it's coming together relatively quickly, especially now we've kind of got our system down. We can just kind of go for it. I hope you're all doing well out there. And remember to take a little hydration break. Ooh, hello, TK Dodo. Hello, hello, lovely raiders. How are we going today? Let me just finish what I'm doing, and I will absolutely acknowledge your presence. Okay. Colours of Chaos. Amy Wood Art. We've journeyed from cozy Europe to dark Fairytales, ready to swap our chaotic crayons for your water-based wonders. Let's make this colouring session legendary. Oh, love the raid message. Thank you for shouting out the wonderful TK Dodo, who is a gorgeous streamer here on Twitch and is just fabulous. I don't need to say more. They're fabulous. They are currently doing Cozy Europe. They've been doing a bunch of Cozy Japan. Their work with alcohol markers is sublime. They also do a lot of trees of Goodridge, and the way that they work with pencils is also amazing, and how I discovered my Twitch twin because we share a birthday. So you should totally check them out. And for our raiders that have joined us, kia ora, my name is Amy. I am a colourist based in Aotearoa, New Zealand. I'm a little bit more fancy today than I normally look. We normally rock a blanket hoodie and just rolled out of bed here. But today we've dressed up a little fancy because we are celebrating the fact that I am now 1 month vape free. So I was like, screw it, we're celebrating today. So we may switch crowns a few times. And while, thank you so much for the new follow. While we are celebrating, we're also working in a new book, which is Dark Fairytales by Kerby Rosanes. It is a newly released book and really neat, and we're working with water-based markers to colour in the page. So I had a lot of questions as I showed my progress on that one, and so I've been explaining the technique here as we work on this page here. USS TARDIS, hello, excellent name, by the way, love it. I hope you're doing well. Welcome in. It's lovely to have you here, and thank you so much for following and joining the community. And I see over on YouTube, completed my first page of the month, got too many whips. Stardust, there is no, like, you don't have to do a certain amount of pages per month. The right amount of pages is any, like, none, all, just starting 5 billion, like, whatever you do is what you do, because there is no wrong colouring. The only wrong colouring is not colouring, but sometimes also that is correct, because you do need to not colour. So you can't colour wrong. Like, just proud of you for getting a page done, though, because I know it does make you feel good when you do finally finish a page. Yes, TK Dodo is the lovely Cozy Japan colorist. Yes, it makes me really want Cozy Japan by Jade Summer, but it still will not ship to New Zealand for some reason. Cozy Europe will ship to New Zealand. Cozy Areas will ship to New Zealand. Every other Jade Summer that is available will ship to New Zealand, except for Cozy Japan. I've tried Amazon UK, AU, Amazon America, Amazon UK. The one that I want. Amy had a bad time trying to get her hands on this book. I really did. But we discovered a new book publisher that, while their selection is a little bit more limited, are excellent service-wise. So I have somewhere new to go for books. So, you know, exciting. I wonder if I can ship it to New Zealand from Amazon Canada. I mean, yeah, I don't know what it is, because every time I put it onto Dispatch to New Zealand, it's like this product won't dispatch to New Zealand. It's just like, why? Why? You can't colour wrong if you don't colour, says unprotected mental state. No. That is why we say the only wrong colouring is no colouring, because trying to colour is correct as well. But there is also a caveat in that sometimes you need to have a mental health break away from colouring, and sometimes you need to not colour. But yeah, the point is that adult colouring is not about being a perfectionist, not about trying to do the best you can. Like, it's nice to put in the effort, it's nice to try, but at the end of the day, it's about the process and the journey. The reason why I am so passionate about colouring is because I know how much of a joy this hobby can be, and how much of a mental positive activity it can be. This is my mental well-being activity. This is how I stay mentally well in a lot of distressing times. And I know how powerful it has been for me. And I know it can be powerful for others too when they find their colouring groove. Because I'm aware not every style of colouring is for everybody. This book that I'm colouring for right now, this is not for everybody. And I'm aware of that. But the great thing about colouring is there is so many varieties out there that you will find it. It may take a moment, but you will find something that you enjoy colouring. I was talking last night, because there used to be, unfortunately it's not available anymore, but I was talking about some of the weirder colouring books that I knew of. So there's like this buff Pokemon colouring book, which is humanoid Pokemon, but drawn as pin-up models. There's a sexy Shrek colouring book, which is just what it sounds like. Like, it's rule 34 of the internet, but in colouring. And I'd rather not discuss further that, because then we start going into some really icky potential topics. But basically there is a colouring book for everything. There are some very adult colouring books, and we don't colour them on this channel, and we do not bring them up because we try to stay safe and positive and glittery, cute, innocent bubbles here. But the point is, and it's a big but, that there is something out there for everybody colouring wise. And so you can find that thing that can bring you joy, you know, is what I'm trying to get at. I'm hoping I'm wording that right. My brain of words today is just like, nah. Hopefully the extra weight in my head of switching to this crown will help weigh down my brain and slow it down. The other thing that I was going to say, TK Dodo and raiders, is that if you need to raid and fade and do some care post stream, please feel comfortable to do so. Take away, do the self-care, but also feel free to lurk around and hang. But if you need to self-care, please self-care, because we love the self-cares here. If in doubt, glitter it out. Yeah. If in doubt, glitter it out is a brilliant rule. It's never let me go wrong. Switch crown. Do you wear another crown? You mean this one? I do have more crowns, but I realised that the box that those crowns are in is still downstairs. Because while I may have finished unpacking the boxes in my art room, I have not finished unpacking my bedroom stuff. That is still very much in boxes. In fact, still in the boxes from when I moved in, the very first day I moved in here 6 months ago. We'll get there eventually. Put that one in a bit wrong. Yeah, there we go. So we'll switch back to the little one. We got the little one and the big one here. And then downstairs I have another tiara like this. I have one that is more like a fascinator, but it is like a little crown fascinator. I don't like that one as much. It feels very costuming. And then I think I just have like a plain metalwork crown somewhere too. So still need more crowns. You know, crowns are good. I'm pretty sure my obsession with crowns started because I used to work at Burger King, and for years I had to give away those paper crowns, and I never grabbed one for myself because I was an awkward teenager at her first job and was like, no, I shouldn't really take company merchandise. They cost the company like a cent. I could have taken a crown. I should have just taken a crown. I don't know why. I worked for them. I could have rocked a crown. Alright, sorry, just making sure everything's lined up. We're good. Okay, so we've done our dark and our other dark tones. So now we've got our medium main tone. And we're just going to make sure we bring this scrap piece of paper over. And bring that so that when we get to the edges, we're colouring onto that. And so with Supertips, I do like to colour using the side and using that wider side if I'm trying to do big areas. But then, so using it on a lower angle to get that wider edge. But then if I need finer detail, taking it more upright to use the tip to get that finer. So the position you hold it is going to dictate how thick your line is. Because I know for some people that's really frustrating with Supertips, is how do you control the size? It's just how you hold it. It is a gorgeously beautiful day here in Aotearoa, New Zealand. It is one of those crisp autumn days where the sky is completely cloud free. I can just see the mountain through the trees, and there is a bit of cloud on the mountain though, and I think it may also be slightly snowing up there because there's a bit of chill in the breeze as well. And I've got it feels like atmospheric pressure in the joints. You've ever heard old people complain about there's a storm coming because they can feel it in their knees? It's true. Like, I feel in my bones when the weather is changing because it's like an atmospheric pressure that I feel in my joints. I never understood it until this arthritic flare up, and then was like, oh, that's what they mean. Yeah, I hope you are enjoying, and again, the point of this video the point of this stream is to stream, but the point of the VOD is to explain this water-based marker technique. So if I am not explaining anything clearly, or you have any questions, feel free to ask, because if you're thinking it, others are probably thinking it, and there is no such thing as a dumb question. You cannot ask a wrong question, so please ask anything you want to, because I know sometimes I don't word right, and I would rather word it now than have questions later on the VOD. That being said, if you're watching the VOD and you have questions, please also ask your questions down below, because I'll still answer your questions. Like, I'm just hoping I'm explaining things clearly. It's what I'm trying to say. I love the smell of winter, like the air smell change, and then comes snow. Yes. No wrong question. Okay. There is no wrong question. However, if you ask something of the more adult natured area, I am going to ignore your question. Again, we think of this as a PG movie. There is some sneaky adult innuendo that may occasionally slip in from the main character. Sorry, I am the main character in my own streams. You can't deny it. But it's pretty sweet and innocent, you know, and I do that because, like, today, apart from a little bit of pressure on the joints, which isn't too bad, it's a good day for me. It's a good day for me, which is also why I feel okay colouring a dark Fairytales today. It's a good day for me mentally. But on a not so good day, stuff like that can trip me up. Stuff where people come in and trauma dump can be really difficult for me. It's something I try to be really aware of. It's not trauma dumping as well. And that is like people coming in and trying to talk about topics that are just, there's a place and a time for them, and I'm not the person that should be discussing certain things, not because they shouldn't be discussed, but because it's not my story to tell. And I will point you towards people who are wonderful and amazing, and the people who should be telling that story, and say, here is the person, here is their platform, and lift them up, because their story is the important one to hear, not my story. And so that is why, for me, it is safety. I try to create a safe stream for the viewers, but in turn I also have to create a safe stream for me, so that if I am not doing well, I can still feel comfortable to come to stream, because I know this is a happy, glittery, bubbly space where we talk about rainbows and glitter and colouring and candy and kittens. Like, yes, maybe that's ignorant of the real world at times, but also we all need a place to escape from the real world. So, you know, that's why we do it. Yeah. But I might get curious about if the colours taste different. That's a question. What's your favourite flavour of water-based marker? The problem is that I do have an answer for this. Because this style marker that I'm holding is very comfortable to put into my mouth, and it's blue. It is always blue. Blue is the best colour flavour. We know this. Why do I have an answer for that, TK Dodo? In fact, I can get you the very specific marker, and this is the problem. Where are you, my dear? This one. This one. Oh. Anyway, Cassie, hello, lovely. How are you? You just ordered the book. I hope it comes in quicker for you than it did for me, because I had issues. But now that it's here, I love it. It is not my favorite Kerby, and I wouldn't even call it my top Kerby, which sounds horrendous. Now that's because of a couple of things. The elements in this book are darker. It's dark fairy tales, right? So it's a little harder for me to get behind story-wise. I appreciate the art in here as well. From an art point, I think this is some of his best illustrations so far. His illustrations in here are amazing. The detail that he has put into the scenes, his use of perspective, his stories that he has created, the dynamic shift in how people are posed. I genuinely believe this is some of his best artwork. But in terms of, because of the content of the book, I would rather colour Alien Worlds. I would rather colour Mythomorphia. Mythomorphia is hard to beat because of the emotional attachment I have to Mythomorphia. But I think Alien Worlds is actually more of a favourite book for me. But I feel more comfortable going to Alien Worlds and just colouring anytime. But yeah, it is a brilliant book, and as long as you're comfortable with the dark fairy tale element, 100% recommend. I was on a video chat with Sammy last night, and I flipped the whole book for her and showed her the whole book, because I was like, Sammy has a copy of Alien Worlds that she has never ever worked in. Alien Worlds is another book by Kerby Rosanes, by the way, if you're not aware. He is my favourite illustrator, which is also why I was so excited to work in this. But yeah, I showed her the whole book, because it's like, this one is so much more your vibe than Alien Worlds. And I just love the exposure of all the different fairy tales, like not just the classic fairy tales. Like, I mean, we're colouring Red Riding Hood, and I started with Cinderella. So we've got, you know, your very typical fairy tales there. But it also has Danish fairy tales, these German fairy tales, Norwegian. That's the German ones. And it's based on the original versions. Like the Cinderella is based on the French version. We've got Polish fairy tales. I love the Little Mermaid section as well. There's quite a few different ones that I really like. But there's a couple of pages I am not going to be comfortable. Oh, I love the descriptions. Yeah, the descriptions, very, very good to have in the book. This is really brilliant. It's a really, I'm hesitant to flip it because I would want to put out some trigger warnings, so I'm trying not to like flick through the whole thing and just focus on the one page we are colouring. I will not be illustrating any gore on this page or anything like that. We're just colouring a tree right now, you know. But yeah, I didn't think I would be streaming this book, but I had some questions when I showed off my Cinderella page that I was working on about how I worked in this book with water-based markers. So I was like, okay, I need to do that on stream. So that's what we switched to today. But I said earlier that I'll do it again with Mythic World. For anyone who doesn't feel comfortable watching this video, we'll do another version with Mythic World. But I actually realised that maybe my next Alien Worlds planet we do with water-based markers, because that's a neon planet, and I can get neon markers very, very easily. I'm hoping it will spark my colouring motivation again, because it's been a while since I've coloured. It has been a while since you've coloured, Cassie, so I really hope it does, because I miss you and your colouring. Although admittedly I've also been lax on my Twitch stuff, but I miss you and your colouring. So I hope so too. Maybe, like, I know you stream at night. I want to start doing some night streams now I've sorted out my lighting. So maybe at some point we should do a little co-stream and see if we can get you back into colouring. When you get the book in, like, we could work on it together. And I can just put it out there as like, hey, I'm working on this one. It's nighttime, you know? It's Amy after dark. It's still going to be Amy being Amy. But yeah, that's something I do want to start trying to do now that I've got my nighttime sorted. I've got my internet sorted. And I can start bringing people onto stream. So I would like to start bringing you guys into stream with me. And, you know, if you're colouring along, have you up on screen and show people what you're colouring as well. So yeah, that's... Nope, give it a chance to dry, Amy, or you'll do the thing again. The one story I knew for sure was not going to be up your alley is that spread of pages you'll be gluing together or live in the book untouched. So there is 3 pages that I am struggling with. The first one is the, I'm going to butcher the name, so I'm just going to say the Mexican folklore. That one, the way it's done, I could paper over a corner and the rest of the spread would be alright if I don't look at what the story is. So that one could be altered. There's a spread which is called The Little Match Girl. It is gorgeously illustrated, and from an artistic point I see it, and I think if I'm in the right headspace I could colour it. It's one that in the right headspace I could do. The Pied Piper is one I cannot do. That is probably one that will end up glued together. There's a couple of others throughout where I've managed to, like, Peter Pan. You can kind of, they don't look childish. Yeah, the rest of them, I can kind of find ways around it. But, yeah, it's hard to know. For now, those pages are just being ignored. I mean, finishing a book is a whole thing. So I don't see myself finishing a book anytime soon. And maybe in a couple of years, if the rest of the book is all filled up, I will want to finish those pages. But it's the sort of thing I would leave to the end. A book does not have to have every page coloured to be completed. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like, especially if I did them all grey or something. Like, I saw that and I was like, they're just kind of clouds. Like, yeah, it's very, a lot of them are done in a way where I can work with it. But yes, the one that you specifically reached out to warn me about, absolutely, I'm going to need to paper over that corner. But I saw the layout and I was like, I could just paper over that corner. Paper over it and we're done. And it's workable. So that was quite cool. But ignoring the story, obviously. Yeah. And usually you work when you stream, but I had a sick day today. Yeah, I stream at odd times for a lot of locals. I stream good times for American. And Canadian, and I think we get a few British and UK, and I don't know. I stream good times to everyone except for those in New Zealand that work regular jobs. But yeah, I now have lights sorted so I can stream at night as well. So that's going to make it more open for me being flexible for streams as well. Yeah. I usually colour friendly thing. Yeah. This is something I normally would have colour and stream and wasn't. That's the wrong colour, Amy. Dear God. I wasn't planning to stream. There are a couple of pages. Like if I hadn't have started the Cinderella page, this would have been a really good one for stream. But this is what caused the changeover for stream. Yeah. I don't see myself streaming this one a lot, but because it's new, because I had some requests specifically for this book, when I showed it, these people who wanted to learn how to work in this book to see how the markers worked with the paper in this technique. Also, by the way, I am using the UK variant. I have not tried this on the American paper. So just be aware that paper can make a difference. There is a caveat that I should have said right at the start. I did not think of that. But yes, paper can make a difference. This works well for me when I'm using the UK variant paper. I have not tried it on the American paper. Hopefully it's the same. It's the Doctor Who song. I kind of want to finish my colouring book that shall not be mentioned because it doesn't deliver to you. Yeah. Activating the want monster. You know, you all joke about me being an influencer, but you'll influence me just as much too. So, you know, want monster activated. Yeah, the little match girl is tough. That one I would never ever stream or record. I would colour it for me if I was in the right space to do it. But again, not pressuring myself to do it. This book, like, this is a book where I do not feel the need to complete it to call it complete. Yeah, there will be pages that aren't coloured in this book, and that's fine by me. It'll still be complete. The Cinderella one is the main one that caught my ideas, and I have ideas for it already. Yeah, I love this one. This one is one of my favourites, which is why I started with it immediately, because I saw it straight away. It's like, yes, I just love her skirt angle and the architecture. The architecture in this book is just, oh, Kerby. Yeah. So I love this, but it wasn't appropriate to carry on with stream because I'm doing some weird stuff next to have it come out like I imagined. I love Teresa Goodridge and Jade Summer and don't tend to hoard books. Yeah. What am I at now? I know, I'm over 280 now. And I found out that maybe I have been gifted a couple more books. And maybe there's a couple more Teresa Goodridges coming. I'm getting books tomorrow or Monday, but I hope tomorrow they're on the way. Ooh. Right, Stardust, remind me what you ordered, because I feel like we've discussed this and I've already forgotten. But yes, books, 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 books. I know we talked about them. I'm trying to remember. It wasn't the Japanese ones. Or maybe it was someone else that I was talking about with books. I've been talking with a lot of people with a lot of stuff lately. What am I doing? I'm going in here. I'm going in here. I'm going to my email. I have a lot of emails. I need to clean up my emails again. Oh my gosh. Not all that. Not all that. Where is... Dear God, I got a lot of emails yesterday. There it is there. Do you actually list? Yeah. So what I have coming in this gift is the all Teresa Goodridge, the Main Street colouring book, the Winter Wonderland and Summer Scenes, which are two older ones, and then the Little Mermaid Friends one. I was like, oh my gosh, I'm so excited. Yes, that's right, Rita Berman. I knew we'd discussed it, and now I'm immediately remembering that we discussed it on stream, and that is why I cannot find your chat about it. Oh, I'm not going crazy. I do remember things correctly. Shock horror. Alright, you are dry enough that I can now come in here. So we have little mushrooms and little growths on the plants themselves, on the trees. I'm actually going to pull those out with gel pens or pencils later on, but we're just going to base them with our brownie green, just so that we know they're all done. I have about 10 books, and I think I brought 9 of them because of Amy. Oh, God. Yeah, hashtag Amy made me buy it is becoming a thing, apparently. I am so sorry. But also, you're welcome. Yeah, I know we both have Animal Adventurers, because I know that one I got you into. Yeah. I have the new mythographic book. Oh, which one's coming out? It's not Dragonspell yet, is it? I need to figure out when my Dragonspell pre-order is meant to be coming out too. There's so many mythographics now. I'm struggling to keep track of them all. Oh, go away. It is Dragonspell. Is it coming out already? Oh my gosh. I had a feeling it came out in May. Or is it just we're extra delayed here? Or is it just that the site that I pre-ordered it from that failed to give me my other one? Oh, piss off, fly. Order history. Let me see my order history. I hate your new website. It is so stupid and it never loads. Yours will be here Tuesday? Ooh, I need to look because we may have another order to cancel. With the last pre-order with the old company. Alright, so back trees again. These ones are a bit quicker because they're bigger, obviously, so it doesn't take as long. So we'll just get these all based up. Again, the actual colouring with these, very, very quick. Most of the time is just related to letting things dry. And I get distracted easily when I'm streaming, so we do tend to let things dry out a bit. That's what we want, so that we don't get the bleed through. Alright, did you load? You did load. Refunded, delivered. Expected delivery date 16th of April. Oh my gosh, it's meant to come out next week. Oh, I had no idea. I had in my head it wasn't till June. I'm excited now. Oh my gosh, another book. I kinda do hope that they get it in, because I do really want Dragonspell, but I'm not holding my breath. Yeah. So when is the 16th? Well, it's 12th is Saturday, 13th, 15th, 16th. Wednesday it's due to arrive. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Can't wait for Dragonspell flip throughs. Yeah, I normally would wait for a flip through, but it's Joseph Cadenbang and it's about dragons. Like, I'm gonna love it. I already know. So that one I did jump the gun and pre-order. I don't genuinely pre-order them. And I don't have every single mythographic. I would love every single mythographic because I do really enjoy them. But it's also more like full shelf syndrome. I don't need every single mythographic. The collector in me would love to have them all, but the illustrator, colorist in me is like, you don't genuinely need them all. There's a couple that I would definitely like to get into my collection, but a couple of them I don't really need to rush out to get, and I haven't. There is a Flipper Dragonspell. Oh, someone got a pre-order copy. pre-release copy. The only reason I'm waiting is because I already spent too much on colouring books this month. Preach, Millie. The amount that I have spent trying not to vape. Yeah. Yep, I feel ya. Fully understand, Millie. The vid is like an hour old. Oh my goodness. Who dropped it? It's probably going to come up on my feed as soon as I go to YouTube anyway. Subscriptions. Shooting Star. Ooh, Jade Colouring. Magical Land by Eerie. Another one that I want. Wow, I've had a lot of videos in the last hour. Lucy in Wonderland. I follow Lucy. Why is it not coming up? Is YouTube doing that stupid thing where it thinks I don't want to see the people I follow again? Come on, Lucy. Where are you? Rude. Where are my people? Okay, Smolk, can you do me a favor and drop the link? Because I don't know what's happened here. And I might need to go through and check that all my follows are still being followed. Because, like, what the heck? What the heck? What the heck? Yeah. Yeah, I'll just search Dragon Spell Flip. Instead of trying to find Lucy the other way. Yeah. I don't know what the heck. Okay, it's not the Lucy I was thinking about, but I follow them now. It's their only video. They've literally just uploaded it. And they have now 2 subscribers. That'll be why I couldn't find them. But for ease of access, there we go, YouTube. Ah, Smalt has dropped it on Twitch. Thank you so much, hun. Exciting! And then if I do this. Alright, let me just rearrange my screen a little bit. You don't need to see on my sidebar random crap that YouTube loves to promote on me for some reason. Oh, wrong button. Oh, let's not cover up the channel details because this is what I should be doing. There we go. So yeah, fully encourage you to go and check out the actual video. But 2 times. Oh, underwater dragon. Underwater dragon. That's pretty. That feels like wild summer. Okay, so... Oh, dragon. Oh, that's cute. It could have more dragons. This is what my brain is already going. But it's probably a good thing not every single page is a dragon, because you'd get very dragon burnt out. Yes, underwater sneeze tape dragon. That one's cute too. I want this book. I have no funds. Yeah. I really do hope my pre-order comes through, but I'm not holding my breath. Yeah. Oh. Oh, the little mouse on the kit. Oh, I need that one. Oh, I really do hope my pre-order comes in. Oh, that's so pretty too. Okay. Candy dragon. Oh my god, it's me. I'm a candy dragon. We know this. Oh, sorry. Oh, doesn't matter anyway. Oh my gosh, it's gorgeous. It is absolutely gorgeous. Forget how many images are in one of these books. I think the want monster is very much activated, and I very much hope my pre-order is not ridiculous, and this time I might have to, like, if they come in and go, oh sorry, we forgot to pre-order your pre-order again, I might have to suck it up and let it be. It's delayed. Oh, thank you, Lucy in Wonderland. I encourage all of y'all to go and subscribe to that channel because they are a new channel, and also because then it will add your view counts to that channel, and we're going to add a little comment because that also boosts the algorithm. And we go, wee! It is so cute! Thank you for sharing. And we make sure we give them the little boost because that's how YouTube works. And now that'll pop up in the algorithm for more people. Okay, that was a good distraction. We like distractions. I want this book. I have no funds though. I did a dumb yesterday. Need new tires yesterday. I have no money. Oh no. Oh no, small. That's rough. It will. The great thing about mythographics is they're there, they're easy to find, and they often pop up on special. So you don't have to pre-order, you don't have to get it as soon as it comes in. I was right to know that it is completely my style and exactly what I would want. So it's definitely gone to the top of my priority list in terms of mythographics I want. And yeah, if my pre-order doesn't come in, I'll have to think about how I'm going to get it because mythographics are hard to get for me. Did you pre-order through? No, I did not pre-order through Amazon Australia. We do not have Amazon New Zealand. I pre-ordered for a local company. We do not have Amazon to pre-order through here. And Amazon Australia, it's not worth pre-ordering through because I have to pay shipping, and the shipping is what kills it. We don't get free shipping on pre-orders, and we only get free shipping on certain items if we spend X amount. It's too cute. Me need, me want. Exactly. His work has gotten so good. It really has. He's another illustrator that you can just see the growth and how his style has changed over the years. From those first early books to his later works. It's just so good. And I'm so happy he did a dragon one. I still want to get the Fantasy Forest one that was done recently. And I actually want to get a Mythogoria, which really surprised me. Mythogoria is made by the same people that make Mythographic. But I didn't think I'd want it because I thought it would be like... Most of the time they are too spooky and gory and they're not up my alley. But Undead Academy is brilliant. And if you need a flip of it, Happy Catastrophe has an amazing flip that I fully encourage going to watch. Because the character work in Undead Academy is stunning. Like, you view it... It's Monster High, essentially. Monster High, but detailed and realistic. And I look at it and I'm like, I actually really want this Mythogoria. Just that one specifically. And even funnier is it's Alexander Fusi, who, if you know his other mythographic book, his line work is the most ridiculously detailed line work. But yeah, his character work in it is just, mwah, it is so good. So yeah, not, normally not someone who goes for Mythogorias, but I kind of want to go for that one because it's just stunning. No bleed through whatsoever on our trees so far. So I'm going to take this grey, which is our darkest dark. It's not actually too dark on its own, but when I layer it with the other colours, it deepens up that. So that is how it becomes our dark. And I'm going to use that just to push some areas and build up those shadows a bit more. Because right now, while our tree's got tone and texture, it's also looking very same across all three. And this one at the front, because it's further away from the moon, would be a bit darker. Now we will lighten this one when we add in our glow effect later on with our pencils. So you also have to keep in mind that certain things just going to look ugly at the moment. But I'm happy with it so far. Sometimes I only get free one-day shipping under my Amazon Prime account. It's been, yeah, we don't have Amazon Prime in New Zealand because, again, we don't have a local Amazon. Our closest is Australia, and not everything from Australia will dispatch to New Zealand, and Amazon Prime guarantees it with one-day shipping, and they won't do that here. I think I'm not sure why they haven't made it to New Zealand yet. Part of it is probably just sheer space and getting past the government. It could also be the tax regulations here. I can see them eventually setting up at Amazon New Zealand, but right now we don't have one. But yes, we can shop from Amazon Australia, Amazon America, Amazon UK. Like, we can still shop on Amazon, just not everything ships to New Zealand, and we have to pay shipping, and most of the time it's not worth the shipping. So I usually find things that are local, and the local things are like this book on Amazon, Kerby Rosanes Dark Fairytales. It's only $21 for me on Amazon Australia, but it's $15 shipping, which takes that up to $36. Now, I got it from a local store for $28, so more expensive. However, I also have $6 shipping there, so $35 as well. Now, same price. Difference is, because it's coming from Amazon Australia versus coming from in New Zealand, this came to me in 1 day from Paper Plus versus 7 days from Amazon. No risk of it getting caught at the border because it's not being imported. So that's where, like, yes, it's technically cheaper on Amazon, but I would go for a local store because it's quicker. And sometimes it might be like, with the shipping, $35 on Amazon or $38 locally, but I'll pay that $38 because it's a local store and I'm going to get it so much quicker. Yeah. Alright, trees, more trees, more trees. Yeah, I like a lot of Fabiana Atanasio's illustrations. Yes, she's brilliant. By the Art of Print, yes, the Alice in Wonderland, Wizard of Oz. I think there's a Beauty and the Beast one as well. They are gorgeous, gorgeous books. And I wish you the best of luck, Brittany, finding those. Oh, hello. I was wondering where you were. You can come up only when the book is well and truly out of the way, because after all is water. And that's the last thing we want on our book. Everybody, if you have not met Shadow before, this is Shadow, the resident pest. We do love him, but he's also an absolute monster who loves to do nothing more than drool on our artwork. And we have a fresh bag of treats today for you. Yes, we do. Oh my god, they smell. Oh, you're hanging out for these, aren't you? I know, I know. Let me get them down first, please. Let me remove my hair. Oh my god, you immediately drool on the desk. Just immediate drool and my hair. Mr. Dribble Monster. Yeah, there's already a big glob of his drool right under his paw here. Kitty. Was that not enough for you because I gave you exactly what you're meant to have? Yeah, you can smell the bag right here. You can have a couple more. It's more than you're meant to have per the packet, but that's it. You are a big kitty, I will give you that. You are a chunky boy. So, we'll give you a couple more, but then that's it. No more. At least he only leaks from the front edge. This is true, Smolt. This is very true. It could be much, much worse. He puts his fluff everywhere, but I also put my hair everywhere, so I can't argue with him on that one. But the drool everywhere is a bit of a pain. Scratchy, 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 scratchies. I did that so he would sit in his drool and wipe it up for me. Now I only have to get Peter Pan, Pinocchio, and Snow White. Well done, Brittany. Yeah, Shadow. Look, if you come up here, you'll be on the face cam. If you come up here, I can put it on... Not that button. Why are you so far away today? I don't know. Let's go here. Look. Look, there's a camera up there. Can you come up here? Come up here. Shadow. There he is. Look. Say hi to the audience. It's up here. I need to have something dangly up there that he wants to rub his neck on. That might work. Shadow. No, he's now got feathers on him. Oh, but careful of your butt. We don't want to show your butt on camera. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. Alright, are you done being a chaos monster everywhere? Nope, not on the book. It's the one place you're not allowed to go, is the book. Boop. 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 You want baby. Oh, I know. There you go. You want baby. You happy now? He wants to be cuddled like a baby. You rub your head like that, you're going to get my lipstick all over your fur. You can't see him today because it's black on black. Alright. Oh, your whiskers went up my nose. Tickles! Alright, where are my paper towels? Away, because I cleaned up in here, like everything else. Completely inaccessible where we are. Especially with holding a cat. Okay, well it looks like you're done anyway. You want down? Yeah, you want down. There you go. Oh! Get rid of all the cat fur. He had his treats, he had his cuddles, and then he's like, peace, I'm out. There's a spare roll, but I wonder where I put the main roll. It'll be around here somewhere. Oh, it's up by the microwave. Of course it is. That would be logical. Oh. Oh, I feel like I've got cat hair up my nose now. Alright, bring you back up. Oh, too far. Little higher. Too far. Okay. And here's our cleanser. Clean it, clean it. Somewhere around here. Ugh. Cat fur stuck up my nose, I tell ya. Feels so odd. Yeah. Let me just get rid of all the cat hairs. And most importantly, the drill. I just vacuumed again this morning and picked up a ton of hair off the floor. A ton of his cat fur, and then he's come in here and had a good scratch, and now there's probably clumps of his fur everywhere again. Oh, you're not a great cat for allergies, I tell you that much. No longer feed my cat dry treats from a bag. Fed some beef fancy feast on Sunday night, didn't agree with him. Oh, sorry to hear that. These are the only treats Shadow will eat. Most of the time we don't buy treats because he walks away from them. He walks away from a lot of cat food, but he goes nuts for these treats. So I do. He's only meant to have 10 a day. I do kind of give him 15. He is a chunky cat though, but also I'm just a sucker. But yeah, he gets a few treats a day and he does absolutely love them. He's not a treat cat, so it was nice to find those, to give him some. I don't mind giving him some treats, I just don't like how he drools everywhere. Alright, where did the markers go? Which is why he can only come up after I've put the things away, where his drill won't be a problem. Deco Time. Deco Time does make some fantastic stuff. Going to be selling their alcohol markers, coloured pencils, and fancy papers. Oh, I didn't know they did coloured pencils. That's cool. I'll have to find out if I can access them, because they do have got some dazzling metallic paints by them. They're called Dazzling Metallics. Really good metallic acrylic paints, and they're usually really affordable too. So, but yeah, Deco Time do quite a few. Deco Art, sorry, is who I'm thinking of. Not Deco Time. I don't know who Deco Time is actually. No, sorry, I'm getting my decos mixed up. Yeah. My marker just gave up on me halfway through my page. No! Sorry, Stardust. It's sucky. I'm sorry to hear that. Excuse me, my treats seem to have gone missing. Please, may I have more? Right? I read a thing where it was like talking about cats and how it's weird that they sit on the deck and yell at you to fix the rain. And then someone was like, yeah, because you control the shower. You know, you're like, oh, I can't do anything about the rain, but also you step into the shower and you just make it rain in there. It's like, you do control the rain. I was like, yep, I can understand why Shadow will sit and meow at the door to go outside, and then it will be raining and he'll just look out and look at us expectantly like, why haven't you turned off the rain? It's actually a little chilly. I might need to take this coat off and actually switch to a blanket hoodie, because I'm actually getting a little on the frosty side. But we are almost coming up to 3 hours, so I think when we hit that 3-hour mark, we'll take another little break. I will switch over to the warmer blanket hoodie because I just feel a bit chilly. And that's not cool. I was pet sitting a dog recently during a rainy weekend, and every time she asked to go outside, she took one look at the rain and ran back in and then glared at me like I was responsible. Yeah. Dogs are funny like that, and cats. Shadow has a thing about his food where we'll put down some food for him and then he'll like, it'll be something he's eaten the day before and he likes, but then he'll decide that day he's either sick of it, or he doesn't want it, or he wants something else. So he'll just sniff it and walk away and ask to go outside, or he'll take 2 licks and then walk away and then go outside, and then like 30 seconds later he'll be back meowing to come back in and go straight over to the food bowl, because he seems to think that if he goes outside and comes back in, his food will miraculously change and he'll get something better. And I have to laugh because as an adult, it's the same equivalent of going to the fridge to get something to eat and going, oh, there's nothing there, and closing the fridge and then reopening the fridge and expecting there to be something different there. Enjoy your lurk smalt. Sorry, just me remixing the music in my head. So originally I was starting with this grey just as a darker tone, and I'm still using it as a darker tone, but I'm also using it as a mid-tone, because it can kind of work as both, because it just deepens whatever it's layered with, so it's quite good in that sense. So I hope, like, we're working on this tree right now, right? And I hope you can all see how quickly it can come together, because we barely had this tree done a couple minutes ago, and like we've almost finished a tree already. I mean, we've still got a little bit more to go, but that's what I mean about this technique, is the actual colouring time on it is very quick. It's just the drying time, the choosing of the colours, and it's quite a good technique for streaming because it allows me a lot of time for streaming and chatting and stuff like that. But alright, we're going to do the same thing with the leaves as we did with all the other plant growth. Just colour them in. Oh, I think there's a cat hair up my nose. Oh! Oh, that felt so itchy all of a sudden. It was just like, oh, now. Oh, goodness. Colouring Glass is a video. Creative vision. Ah, yes. I know we were Colouring Bliss also, I believe, is the one that posted about Gansai Tumbi, the granulating watercolours. And I know we were talking about that one. Got it on my list to watch. Yana, hello. I'm committing to colouring all day tomorrow. Yesterday and today I worked in the basement, ceiling floor, and cleaned and organised the storage room. So far, a bunch of bags of stuff have left. Well done, Yana. Well done. Proud of you. That's a big effort, and I know with everything you've had going on too, it's even more of an effort. So well done. I really love the red cloak. It's so vibrant. Yeah, thank you. Well, as I always say, if you don't know where to start with what you know, and we knew we had to do a red cloak. So it's Red Riding Hood. Like, whatever colour cloak are we doing? So we started with Red's cloak. And then I knew the trees were going to be brown, so we started doing the trees. And I pulled out this like green tinted brown. I call it nibbling diaper brown, or nibbling diaper green. which should give you a very vivid description of the tint of these browns that may or may not be coming up on stream. But like, if you think about the forest as like, maybe it's some sort of like sick magical forest, or you know, it's a creepy, desolate place. Like, I want it to be a little on the creepy side. So, you know what I should do? I should have also worked on the other half at the same time. I mean, I could. I've only done some trees and Red's cloak. Done it as a double. There's still time to do that if I wanted to do that, because the only thing we've done is Red's cloak, and I've still got the Reds pulled. No bleed through, just on the Red cloak where I didn't leave enough time for it to dry. So I'm just going to switch to working upside down, because that'll just be a bit easier to get in here. What are we at? 2:46. Okay. I'll do a little bit more time before we take our little break. Do, 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 do. So again, there are some little growths and stuff on these trees, but we're going to pull those out with pencils and gel pens later on. It's easier just to base the whole tree as one. And so because we can't get in and do the exact detail like we did on the other ones, we're just going to kind of dot in. Following the lines, just dotting it in to represent all those little areas. And consider that intense physical therapy. Heck yeah. It sounds like an interesting show, Brittany. Trade secrets. We have nothing like that here in New Zealand, and most of the stuff, if it was to be released, won't make its way down here. I'm very used to it. Joys of living in an island in the bottom of the world. Alright, now damper you, we need to wait a second. Do, 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 do. Some of this we can start, some of this isn't near any other pens. And just sort of fill in, but leave some little areas of light there. We get that sort of vibrant, textured wood. Being a little messy and a little streaky because it does add to the texture of our trees as well. Too much of solid, so we'll just break those up a bit. And then we get our light, and I'm being naughty and not actually giving it enough time to dry here, so fingers crossed. But I'm just showing you. Yeah, survived. It still needs a little bit more, but we're going to definitely give that a moment to dry before we go in there and do our deepening. And so we've got left this section here and then this one down here. What are we at? 251. So we did all of that in about 4 or 5 minutes. And that's what I mean about this technique can actually be really freaking quick. Alright. While that top one dries, we'll work on the bottom one. Which has a little bit more detail. Again, we've got some mushrooms. I'll try and avoid the bigger ones, but the smaller ones we'll just colour over. And then bring them back out with gel pens and stuff afterwards. Because sometimes the little ones are just too difficult to avoid. Alright, I'm going to cheat and use that one entirely on the sides here because it's actually real easy to get that brush tip down there. I normally wouldn't do that, but it does fill in these side bits really cleanly. And same thing, this is one of our darker tones, so we're just going to use that around here. Let's build out these trees with our markers. Again, we're kind of scribbly a little bit here, and it's okay because there's streakiness of the markers. The texture already drawn in, like it reads, so you don't have to be too pedantic. It does help to be a little pedantic, but you don't have to be too pedantic. While I wait for that one to dry, how are you? Yeah, you need a minute before you can put that down. Autumn illustration! Hello, hello! I just got this book and can't wait to start in it. Can't decide what page to colour first. It's a hard choice. I've started too. I don't normally do that, but I started one off stream and then I got a bunch of questions about how I worked with water-based markers in this book, like Crayola Supertips. So I was like, okay, I'll show the process on a stream today. So that is how we have ended up working on Red Riding Hood here on stream today. How are you going? I'm excited for you to get the book. Again, sort of following those marks, making sure that we've got the bottom covered in, even though, because our light would be hitting more of the top, the light wouldn't quite be making it to the bottom. So we're focusing on having more gaps towards the top, more shadow towards the bottom. And then we just need to wait a minute for that to dry down again, and then we can go over on our lighter tone. And that is all the trees on this half done in the space of 10 minutes with drying time. 15 minutes maybe with drying time. Like, that's what I mean about markers being super, super quick. Most of it is drying time between the layers. Just making sure the layers dry so you don't bleed through. What's your favourite fairy tale story? It's a good point. What is everyone's favourite fairy tale, out of curiosity? It's a good question. Do you have a favourite one? It depends for me on who's telling the story. So if we look at like your classic Disney stories, Beauty and the Beast was my favourite, but I think it was because as a child I really resonated with Belle because I really loved reading. And she just wanted to be left alone to read. I was like, I vibe with that. But I also like the concept of beauty is on the inside. There are, of course, other things about that story, but I liked that. And I also just really liked Be Our Guest in terms of a song. So Disney storytelling, Beauty and the Beast has always been a bit of a fave of mine. In terms of the original stories, I still love The Little Mermaid, and I mean, are we surprised? I consider myself a mermaid, so not surprised The Little Mermaid, really. But the classic original retelling, where she sacrifices herself to the ocean and then she becomes one with the sky. It's a really neat retelling. Yeah. Do you know the Kitsune from Mythomorphia's in any other Kerby books? We can find out. We can absolutely find out. Could be in Young Color Universe, could be in World of Color. Pretty sure it's not in Reflections. Oi. When they have all the Kerby books and can answer your questions. I want to colour again but don't want to purchase the same book. Yeah, that's super valid. I'm sure it will be. I have a feeling it's in his new collaboration books, but for some reason I didn't start with that one. Right, not a Kaleidomorphia. Right, mythic animals and wondrous animals. I have a feeling, especially mythic animals. Because I also want to colour the Kitsune again. Because I love my Kitsune, but I also want to try it again in different colourways. It'd be really handy if there was an index in these ones, eh? Okay, not mythic animals. Well, it won't be wondrous animals then, because this one is... Oh, it does have some Mythomorphia, but it's more animal themed. And I mean, a Kitsune is based on a fox, so... I think it's on this one, but... Nope. Right. Not wondrous animals. Colormorphia. There we go. Colormorphia has it. Option 1. It's in Colormorphia if nothing else. There we go. Thank you, Millie Pants. Just as I saw it. Yeah. And... I should have guessed it was in Colormorphia. not in World of Colour. And then it's just Colour Universe. But hold up, let me just triple check at the back. No, it's just also available. Not what we want. I think this one includes Mythomorphia, but... No. No. Alright, so Colour Morphia is your best bet. Favourite pieces taken from his Morphia series. Yeah, so just a selection from the Morphias. So if you don't have any other Morphias, then Mythomorphia could be a good addition. If you just want the one image, may or may not be a good addition, but that's your choice. Yeah. Alright. Amy, have you seen the new edition of Creative Haven about mermaids and the special from Christine Karen? Looks amazing. I'm guessing you're meaning Colouring Heaven, the mermaid special. I have. I wish I could pick them up in person again. Because they never put those collaborative ones up on their website for digital download, so yeah, I want the pages. I did look at it and I was like, I've seen some of these before. They've used some of those images before, especially the Jade Summer ones. But yeah, the Christine Karen ones, there's a couple of other illustrators in there. I was like, I really like their work. Though this is my first Kerby book, so little and wary of starting it, even though I know I would love it. Kerby is, at first glance, overwhelming. I do understand. He feels like a lot. Break it down element by element. Do the coat. Do the trees. Do the bushes. Do the sky. Do the skin. Do the dress. Break it down by object. And then Kerby also does put a lot of shading into his images, so follow his light source. Put your shadows where he's illustrated shadows, put your highlights where he's illustrated highlights, and you'll find it comes together really, really quickly. He seems complicated, but he is very workable. And I think because he puts so much shading in there, he's actually kind of workable for a newer colorist that hasn't done a lot of detailed pages. If you're used to simpler pages and you want to try to detail one, Kerby looks like a lot, but he's actually someone I would recommend starting with because of how he breaks down the lines and there's the shading. Yeah. What are we doing? We're taking a break. We're at 3 hours. So I am going to put you on the break screen for a couple of minutes. I'm going to do a little walkies. I'm going to chuck all my books back that we just pulled out. I'm also going to pop to the bathroom. So we're going to take a little bathroom break here. It'll be a couple of minutes and then we'll come right back and carry on and figure out what we're going to do next. Probably plants. We'll probably do the bushes next. And then we might do some sky and then go back to working on her. But yeah, when we actually sit down and just straight work, like it's been 3 hours, but I've been talking a lot and distracted a lot. In 10 minutes, we did these trees. The actual colouring time today has been very little. So yeah, don't judge the length of the stream by how little we've coloured. That's just me getting distracted with streams, like normal. Alright, I'm going to chuck you on the break screen and we'll be back shortly. Okay, oh, that's much better. So I made some bread. And yes, I did change. I put on a blanket hoodie because I'm freezing. I already feel much warmer and toastier. And so, it does make the outfit a little less formal. But I did swap it for a magical unicorn blanket hoodie. So I feel like that's still like fancy. It's not really, it's a blanket hoodie. But also I was cold. So that takes priority. I'm just going to eat 2 mouthfuls and then we'll get back into it. Because of course it's midday here now. Okay. Sorted. Right. Hair is out of the way. I might get these earrings off because they just get bumped on the blanket hoodie. You know, making ourselves comfy and cozy. I could probably actually take the necklace off now too because you're not going to see that at all because it's under here. My mummy made these for me. So you can't see them at all, so we might as well take those off too. We're going from fancy to comfy. Time to get comfy. Like being fancy, also like being cozy. Oh, man. Usual messy bun. We'll put our tiara back on, so we're still fancy. I have to do it in reverse because of the cameras inspiring me. There you go. We still have a tiara on, so we're still fancy. Okay, welcome back everybody. Hope you had a good break. I feel much better now. We have all the things. Sometimes you just gotta take a good little break there for a moment. Make sure our camera zoom is available. Yes, so UK or US can make a difference. I have not tried the newer US papers. I've only tried the newer UK papers, and this technique is working pretty good for not bleeding through. I believe it is still the same on the US, but I can't 100% guarantee it. I have done ink tints on older US paper, and as long as you, again, don't saturate the page, I don't get bleed through. It's a big piece of it though, is not saturating the page. It's using enough water to activate as much as you need to. Oh, I see a message. Let's pull that up on computer because it includes some photos. Oh my gosh. Love Lisbeth. Well done. Well done. It is fabulous. It looks amazing. I'm going to send you a bunch of hearts so you know yes. Lots and lots of yeses. And because of the stream delay, you're probably getting them and going, what the hell? Why did she press this button like 15 times in a row? Alright, time for our plants. So let's pull back this browns colour sheet that we were testing with, because we want to tie in these browns. We want to... The paper feels pretty good to me, but I've been sampling the US. Yeah, and you can still do a lot with markers on Amazon KDP paper. So I was mentioning it last night, but I'm going to shout them out again. Whoops, not that one. Don't start talking to me, Twitch. I want my YouTube. We're going to bring up the lovely Jackie. We all know I adore Jackie here from Spare Room Studio. First, Jackie does a lot with water-based markers on Amazon paper, and it is amazing what she can do. So if you want to check out some more people specifically with water-based markers, Jackie is fantastic. But yeah, it's just the only advice I can give is just go for it. It's a coloring book. If it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. You turn the page, you try again. If the whole book doesn't work out, just buy a whole new book. You can't colour wrong, because yes, pages may not turn out as we imagined, but we've learnt something along the way, and that's a big part of colouring, is the learning, the growing, and the developing. And sometimes I think people forget that we have to learn as well. So if your colouring page doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. But if you are willing to experiment, willing to try, and just recognise that it's a colouring page, and you know, okay, you might stumble across your new favourite technique, or like you may stumble across a new style, or just discover something that you absolutely love. There's a technique that I use a lot, especially in Mythomorphia, where I actually use acrylic inks, and I have to gesso the page first, because if you that one has bleed through. But it annoys me that this crown is not center, and that's because I did it with my webcam, and my webcam is reversed. Anyway, sorry, ignore me. Yeah, I do this technique with acrylic inks, and I did that as a complete experiment on a page, knowing damn well that there was a good chance I was going to ruin the page, because I did it on a page. I was like, if I ruin it, I ruin it. So it's so good. And this is a book I was trying to complete. Like, it's a book I'm completing. I'm very close to completing. But I was also like, let's experiment and try this idea that I had of playing around with these acrylic inks. And it worked brilliantly, and it's one of my favorite techniques now. So, yeah, it's not always going to work. I've had disasters. I've had to work. But it's half the fun. Okay, I chose colours pretty quickly that time. Like, the colours came together really, really quickly. So because we've got that sick greeny brown, we want to bring that across into our leaf colours. So I've got 3 olivey greens, basically a light, medium, dark. And then I've got the brown that we used on the wood, and then I've got the grey that we also used on the wood, because the grey on these greens will tint and give us a shadow, and the brown will give us a really dark area, but also bring in the underwood colour because of how we're going to play with these. I wandered off to play Cult of the Lamb and came back to find the Queen even looking more regal in a unicorn. Look where. Yeah. The Queen got cold. The Queen got cold and uncomfortable and was like, screw it, we're putting on a blanket hoodie. So we've taken off the jewellery. We have kept on the crown, but the hair is up and we're in a blanket hoodie, and at least it's unicorns. And I was like, that's royal enough. I own 3 unicorn hoodies, by the way, so I wear a lot of unicorns. But also, I was cold, and now I'm warm, and I feel much, much better. Blanket hoodies, y'all. I'm testing a watercolor clear ground in another book. I have a cozy test book. I'm a watercolor artist using Prismacolor too, so adapting. Autumn, I need to get you chatting with Smalt. Smalt is also a beautiful colorist who also is a watercolor artist, so sounds like the 2 of you need to become friends. But Smalt is my dear friend for learning about watercolor stuff, because yeah, I played a little bit with acrylic inks, but I was never a like wet media artist. I was like, ooh, no, wet media, no, I stick with pencils. I like pencils only, maybe markers, but only pencils. And then I dabbled with these acrylic inks, and I was like, actually, and now it's like, give me the acrylic paint, give me the gouache, give me the watercolor, like, just experiment with everything. It's fun. Okay. Let's not get distracted for hours. We're probably going to get distracted for hours. So we're going to start with our dark. Again, Kerby has very kindly given us some darker areas, so we know where our dark should be. And this time, like when we were doing the trees and when we were doing the fabric, we were like, you know, the shape of the fabric. So we were following those shadows that Kerby put in there and then filtering out our edges and feathering our edges. I should actually bring you in for this so you can see what I'm about to describe, because this is critical information. So yeah, we had like areas where the shadow was solid, and then we filtered out our edges, right? That was our shadows before. That's how we did the logs, that's how we did the clothes. Now we're on to these bushes that are like shapes. So this time what we're going to be doing is stippling. And we may still have areas where we go in solid. I'm completely off screen, that's fantastic. So we may go around edges and then stipple it up, and then we'll bring in our next color, and again we may have more solid edges, and then we'll stipple it up, and this is going to create a bit of a gradient to allow us to have our darker areas receding in and our lighter areas coming forward, while still also giving us texture, because again we can't color this smooth and flat because of the fact we're using water-based markers. So instead we're going to layer and use that texture to our advantage to create the illusion of more and more bush texture. Now this, because it is a lot of working over, it's going to be really even more critical than usual that I make sure I stop between each layer and let each layer dry. Because the way the paper works is, if this is like a massive zoom in on our paper, paper has surface texture. It's called hills and valleys. So you've got areas that raise up, areas that raise down. That is why when you go over with your pencil comes in here. I don't know why I did it as a tip. It's not a tip. You come in with your super sharp pencil, but sometimes it will be the perfect size to go into a valley, so you'll get right in there, you'll get ink right in there or pencil in there, fine, and then you come here and there's a tiny little valley and it can't get in there, so it just leaves this little white gap. So that texture is there, but then also it gives sort of like pathways and channels. So when you come in with, for example, a water-based marker, it's going in, it's going to have no issues getting into all these valleys, but then it also starts spreading and spreading downwards. And it's like, okay, it doesn't spread necessarily evenly, but it does spread down. Now, if you're working on it wet and you bring in a second one, not only does that second color then soak down, but it pushes the existing color even further down. Whereas if you wait till it's dry, it comes in, it kind of just forms around it and maybe comes down a little bit, but it's not like down here. So that's why we have to wait for our layers to dry. That is like not a technical exploration of how paper actually works, and please don't quote me on this. This is my understanding of paper, but it's also an easy way to sort of explain why we have to wait for layers to dry in between. My favourite part of it was always the colouring and shading part. Mine too, when I worked as a pencil illustrator. When I did all my portraiture illustrations, it wasn't the sketching of the portraiture, it wasn't designing what I was drawing, it was the colouring. I was like, get these lines done, get these lines done, I don't care, get these lines done. Yay, colouring time! So anywhere that we want a darker area, a receded back area, I'm doing more of my dots closer together, and then if I want to have a little bit more, I have them less concentrated. Again, we have got Kerby's shading here to follow, so where he goes darkest is where I make sure I'm concentrating my dots. And because we're using the same brown as our trees, it also will help with the blend between the trees to the plant matter on the trees. When you're doing portraits, did the line work or the colouring take longer? The portrait, the colouring, for 100% the colouring. Let me get some, what am I doing? I'm going to documents, art. Let me get you some images. Oh, nope, that's all colouring. Art. So, and not that one, Nicky. So this is stuff that I used to do. This stuff didn't take too long. Where I worked on like toned paper, and that one I just worked with like black and white pencil, maybe a little bit of grey, and obviously gold splatter. Gold splatter has always been a thing. Liquitex gold acrylic ink has always been a thing for me. So this one was like on a notebook. That's what this one's from. But I think that one, wow, that was before my ink. That was when I was using acrylic paint. Yeah, I use ink now. Yeah, so those ones, I believe that was like 18 or so hours, 20 hours maybe. Just carefully shading with pencils. And then when I did full illustration, so for example, this was a commission that I got, which is a pet that passed away. So this one here, doing all that fur texture, is all done in polychromos pencils, this whole thing, except for the blue, because it was drawn on blue card, so that would be the background. But yeah, this one I believe was about 100 hours or so, 80 to 100 hours. Commissions like that always took a while. So yeah, this is what I used to do. This was my full-time job for a while. A couple years I did this full-time. And I used to also do like, go around to markets and sell fan art. So this one's obviously Firefly. It's not perfect, but I was pretty pleased with it. That was my first ever marker drawing, by the way. Alcohol markers. First ever time using alcohol markers. Sorry about the watermarks everywhere. I used to get my stuff stolen a lot too. The Avengers, this one I think was about 120 hours to do the Avengers. That was, it shows you how old this one is. It was when the Avengers were like first released and stuff like that, and very popular, and Loki was a thing. So yeah, so this is what I used to do, and I always loved pencils for that reason. Pencils were a big thing, and then I used to get commissions, so like, you know, drawing a couple of kids together and stuff like that. That one is a terrible photo. I can tell by the fact that the background card is like all these different colours. Oh, that's a shame. Alright, let's get rid of Bernie. And, oh, this one was cool. This is a cool example because I'm allowed to actually share this person. So that was a photo reference, and then that's the drawing of them. So that was one of my simpler ones that I used to do, where it was just black and white. Yeah. And then I used to, so that one was like done with the photo side by side. This is one that my mum has the original of. This one was another 120 hours because of all that fur texture. Every single little strand, all done in polychromos pencils. My mum has the original of this one. Yeah. So this is what I used to do back in the day. That was like 2016 to, no, 2017, 2017, 2018 was when I did this full time, I believe. And then at the end of 2018, I just kind of got sick of struggling. And so I did go back to work. It took me until 2018. I got a job relatively quickly in the medical lab and then kind of found my footing there. Then 2019, I studied at the lab and was like, oh, I can actually study. And then 2020, decided to go back to school for psychology because I'd always wanted to become a psychologist and then do art therapy. So that was the plan. And then, of course, 2020 with COVID hit as well. And then I flared up. And then we found out I had an autoimmune inflammatory arthritis and I got sick. And that's been... yeah, and then, so I got really, really sick, like chronic fatigue sick, and then my hands swelled up, so I couldn't really hold a pen, like my hands too well, so I stopped drawing, but I could hold a mouse, so I played like The Sims, because creativity's always been a thing for me, right? So that was how I stayed creative, especially during that time, was, you know, playing The Sims, D&D, telling stories, Dungeons and Dragons, tabletop roleplay, like finding ways of being creative that weren't necessarily drawing because I couldn't quite hold a pencil with how swollen my hand was. And I was waiting for my specialist appointment, and then I slipped in the shower and I did quite a bit of damage, including my hand. And that's where I started colouring because I got stuck in hospital and I knew that I needed my hands, and so I started colouring to retrain my hands to hold pencils because I knew I had lost pressure and grip and sensitivity, all the things I needed for my portraiture. But the thing about doing those illustrations is while the sketching was fine, I didn't really care for the sketching too much. I loved the colouring. The colouring was the exciting part to me. And so adult colouring took away the part that I dreaded, the sketching, and gave me the part that I loved, the colouring. And so that's what started me in the deep dive of colouring books in 2021, and I have not looked back since. Now, I do still do the occasional illustration. Yeah, I do still do little bits and pieces. It is just not as prevalent as it used to be. But yeah. Do you still wish you did this? Occasionally. Again, I still dabble in it. I've got one that I'm working on right now that I've been working on for a year, and I need to get my butt into gear and to do it because it is the beautiful Samsara's birthday soon. And I started this for her birthday last year. So I need to get onto it. The wonderful Violacious. This is huge, this one, because I think it's the original. I did, this is one of her Christmas card redeems. It's kind of, it was based on like a character, so it's not 100% photo reference, but the idea was like on her streams you could redeem a little Christmas card, and this was one of the options, and inside the frame would put your user icon. So that was something that I did for Vi. Somewhere around here I also have Jules' one as well. Don't know where that is. Anyway, yeah, so occasionally I still do it, but it's more like just friends and one-off situations rather than like full-time. That being said, I have been sketching a little bit lately because there's something that I've been working on that has involved me sketching, and it's been nice. It's a nice change. I still don't enjoy it as much as colouring. My heart is colouring. So, yeah. Right, Mandy, I do see your message in there. Thank you for bearing with us while we did all that. So you'd like an explanation of how the pencils work over the markers? Absolutely. So the first thing to keep in mind is the translucency of your pencils. If I am looking for a pencil to deepen a shadow, I will go for an polychromos, an oil-based pastel, oil-based pencil, because then I can do real subtle shadings. If I'm trying to do a highlight, I want a more opaque pencil like Prismacolor or Pablo's. So keep that in mind. Opaque, better for highlights. Sheer, translucent, better for shadows. And so for on here, if I am highlighting, I've got a Pablo here, I've got a white Pablo. It's just working gently on top where I want to brighten a highlight or add a sharper highlight, and then light pressure around to fade it out. And then on certain areas, like in this bow, this ribbon, I might want to just add in a little line of a highlight where the light is just catching the edge. And it just works smoothly on top. Like, you don't have to do anything else on top. You just sketch it in, add it in. Hopefully that's what you're asking, but if it was something in particular that you want me to show, please do let me know. Also, I did see a message before where someone asked if I'd ever used water-based markers in mythographic, and I was going to come back to that, and then we got sidetracked. I have. Cannot remember who asked. This is Wild Summer by Joseph Caddenby. And the jellyfish room here. This is all entirely done with water-based markers. Except for the white light rays, which is actually a white acrylic paint. It is a very specific white acrylic paint that I chucked out after this because I will never ever have a use for it. It's the most sheer translucent white paint I've ever seen in my life. But the reason for that is because I'd used water-based markers, I knew whatever I put on top, if it was based in water, would activate the markers. So I needed to come in here with a paint that I did not add water to, but I needed it sheer. So a very, very cheap, nasty white acrylic that was mostly binder worked brilliantly for this. Yes. Okay, let's get some artwork done. That is my dark green. So again, we're just going to add on top of our brown, extend out our dots and add even more green dots. Just kind of follow the scribbles that are there, but it's okay if we dot a little bit outside the lines. It's not the end of the world. So a lot of these like little details, like the little stems and the little mushrooms and stuff like that, that's all stuff that we'll do later on with either a pencil or gel pen. It was me that asked. Those are some good looking jellies. Thank you. Yeah, that was really fun, that one. I was just in a water-based marker mood as well that day, so I pulled them out randomly and started working on it. And then I had the idea for the light ray and I was like, oh gosh, that's going to be a problem. But it actually worked out really well. It's the only time I've been grateful for nasty cheap acrylic paint that has no pigment. Yeah, we're just dot 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 dot. Yes, singing does help when you do this. Dot 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 dot. It's like we were talking about with the dot 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 airy page as well when we were doing all that paint pen work, and it was all just a bunch of dots. I do a lot of stuff with dots. Dots are great. Dots and dots and dots and dots. Isn't there an ice cream that is like dots or something as well? I think there's also like a English candy and it's like a jelly gumdrop type candy. Right, so we just have to leave our pen to dry for a minute, so I'll eat some more of my bread. Dipping dots. What are dipping dots like? Are they a good ice cream? I've never had it before, obviously. I've never ever seen dipping dots here. But yeah, it's the one that's like lots of little dots, right? Never seen anything like that here. I love them. They're almost more of an ice as they aren't made from dairy. Ah, they're frozen with liquid nitrogen. That's cool. Y'all are awful. I want ice cream now. Sorry, Autumn. It almost needs to be a rule. Turn up to my stream with snacks, just in case. Like, you don't have to eat the snacks, but have snacks. The flavors are weird, though. They all have weird names, like rainbow. Like, what the F does a rainbow taste like? I'd say Skittles, but I think that's just marketing that's making me think that. But yeah, you're right. What does a rainbow taste like? I have some rainbow pedal pops in my freezer, I believe. But they taste like caramel. I don't know why rainbow equals caramel, but also I'm for it because it tastes delicious. Okay. In the meantime, that is dried. So now we get our next colour. Sure you are. Yes, you are. Just had to check. It's like, this isn't the lightest one, right? And so a lot of these areas down here will just be filling in. Some of these darker areas we're just going over just to guarantee that we've gotten colour everywhere. And went over one of the stems there, that's fine. And then you'd have some from there, so we want to fill in there. And we want to fill in there. Alright, and now we begin our dot 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 up here. We're going to make sure down the bottom here is solidly coloured in. Dot, 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 dot. Oh, got up there. I knew there was one more section. Dot, 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 dot. Give that a moment to dry before we come in with our lighter colour. Sorry, I've got a little bit of the bread stuck in my teeth. They're at the orthodontist? Ice cream at the orthodontist? There we go. Sorry, I was just flossing my teeth and it's a bit weird to do on camera. There we go. Now we're back. Okay, dry. Last step. So this one we don't have to do so many dot dot dot. We are filling in our little gaps, our areas that are left over. And then if there's anywhere on the trees that we haven't gotten any brown, or I feel like it should have more of that lighter area of the green, lighter areas on the trees, we can also run this over a trees a bit to bring in that green growth on the trees. So I'm going to do that with all the remaining mushrooms so they're all based. Even though we may change the colour, it at least fills them in and gets rid of the white. So yeah, anywhere where I'm colouring into, I'm just almost overflowing it a bit onto the brown of the trees. So it's fine. And there we go. There is a bush done entirely. You can see all the different textures that we've built into there. And then we still have the grey available to do some shadowing, but we'll do that a bit afterwards if we want. Alright, so this one I just have to be conscious of what is wolf and what is bush. And this one does have some specific leaves drawn out, so we will be also following those shapes. And also I'm going to use this again to go right down the side edge, just like I did last time. Use it just to clean up a couple of these areas. There, because we can use the grey to sort of add in shadows to bring things forward or give the illusion of something being in front of something else. Okay. Add in darker green. I've entirely forgotten to do this one up here, so we might as well do this one at the same time, especially while we wait for the other one to dry. Alright, that one. It's like you're painting with markers. I'm going to give water-based markers another consideration. Yeah. And you can legit also paint with water-based markers because you can colour them onto a piece of glass or a palette and pick it up with some water and a brush and use it more like paint as well, which is a really fun way to play with the markers as well. But yeah, there's a lot of techniques from a painting point that I'm pretty sure do translate over. Alright. There's our lower bush. So this one is just all about filling in those two, and then that's that one all done. Don't even own any water-based markers right now. You got kids nearby? Go raid them. Go raid theirs. Go raid the kids' markers. If you've got kids nearby to access. If you don't, understandable. Okie dokie, so that's our first bush done. So again, we're getting those sort of greeny, browny, earthy tones. Yeah, they are. It's great. I have a spare box of the 100 Supertips because I just love using markers so much, and they're cheap. So it's like I grabbed a set when they were on special, because in January they go on sale quite often in here, January and February in New Zealand, because kids go back to school. Because our school year starts at the end of January. It matches the year. Because our summer is in January. So they go to school end of January to December. And it matches the year. But that means school supplies are on special in January. So I often will buy markers and like the basic pencils and stuff like that. Because a lot of that stuff pops up on sale. It's a great time to grab it all. Alright, we're going to twist this slightly just to make it easier. And we're going to come over to this side. And we're going to begin again. Dot, dot, dot. Dot, 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 dot. I have tombos, need to dust them off. Yes. Oh, I would love to get a full set of tombos. I have a couple of them. Like I said, I have the tropical set because I was gifted that by the wonderful and very kind PB. She had a spare set, so she sent them to me. And I was very, very grateful for that. But yes, I definitely would love to get actual tombos, get the full 107 set, because when I do something like this, if I had the tombos, I could give y'all specific color names. So like the red of her coat, the main red in it is 856. So I could actually name my colors, and that would make it easier for anyone specifically following along. If they had tombos, of course. A better solution, cheaper solution, Crayola actually just number their markers. They have names for all their colors, so it's like if you just put the names on the markers, it'd make our life so much easier. I know they're kid markers, but you do it on your pipsqueaks. Like the pipsqueaks, the colours of the worlds, like these have names. This is a colours of the world one, and it says deep golden. This is a pipsqueak. It's fuzzy duckling yellow. Like they have names. You can put a name on this. They can do it on the Finna barrel because they do it on the Fineliner colour of the worlds. And they say very light golden. So they have the technology. Yeah. Tombos are water-based? I lied and have the grayscale set of tombos. No colours though. There you go. Well, you've got a couple water-based markers then. As a kid, I would answer, what do you want to be when you grow up? I would answer that I wanted to name crayons. Oh my goodness, how cute! There is, I'm sure you all have seen it on social media. There's I'm already blanking on her name, but she's obsessed with the colour Dandelion from Crayola. And it's just become a whole thing. Like, it's so cool to see how her obsession hobby with one colour in the Crayola set has allowed her to go and meet and have so much Crayola stuff occur to her, but also that they've now brought back the discontinued colours, including Dandelion and Dan the Dandelion mascot. It's like, oh. What I would really love is if the pastel set of Crayola Supertips was actually accessible. That's the one thing I would really love to be able to get. Because I want the pastels. I have the 100 set and I have the Colors of the World in the Fineliners and the big chunky ones, and then I have the Pipsqueaks, which are like the kid chunky ones, but that's more for the nibblings, because it keeps them away from the normal tin of markers if I have the Pipsqueaks. And then I have my usual bucket of mixed water-based markers. I love the Dandelion Crayon Girl. Yes. I think her Insta handle is something like Lakenzo. Yeah, that does sound right. I'm just drawing an absolute blank on her name. But yeah, the Dandelion Crayon Girl, which is hilarious that she's at a point now with her collection that she is just the Dandelion Crayon Girl. But I love that for her. And I was like, do I need to start a specific blue crayon collection? But no, I don't. Because I do love blue. And blue always goes first in my sets. No matter what set I get, it's always the blues that go first. And I know it's partially because I have a tendency to always do certain things blue. Like bunnies are always blue. But blue's just a good colour. One of these days, we will dye our hair again bright blue. And we'll go back to having our blue hair. And the blue jokes will be, actually make sense again, you know? I'm at a point where the bleach from the blue previously has actually almost entirely grown out. I have very little left to cut out, so we'll be starting with a fresh bleach job, which is going to be amazing. And then, but because we'll be recoloring a whole head on a fresh bleach job, I'm going to need to get a lot more hair color as well, so it can really saturate in there. So it's going to be a lot more product now, but it's actually going to be a lot easier to do it on a fresh head of natural hair. So one day we will get the blue hair back. I used to have blue hair for about 7 or 8 years, and then it grew out because I was just not feeling well. So I think even last year's complete collection video, so January 2024, I did use like a little snippet of me talking, and I have blue hair there. And then I think I re-dyed it freshly in January for my birthday after I'd done the complete collection tour videos. So I had freshly dyed blue hair in January. And then I think that was the last time I dyed my hair. Lapis Lazuli is the colour they put in the place of the dandelion, and now there's 6 different blues in a 24 box, and only lemon yellow. Yeah, I agree. There needs to be a cold and a warm. At the very least, like, that's not great. One day, I also want to grab, I should put all this on my Amazon wishlist, really. I want to grab a box of crayons and try colouring with crayons, because I think that would be a really fun challenge. Like, you'd need to choose a appropriate page for it. Something like this Kerby probably isn't the best page for it. But I think it'd be a really fun challenge to try and colour a page with crayons, like a box of crayons. I used to have one, but I'm pretty sure that one didn't go to my nibblings. That one went to, I did a big basket for a bunch of kids in need. And so that one went to some kids who had nothing. I was like, yeah, of course I've got some stuff I can donate. Clears out piles of art supplies. I had a lot of stuff. I gave like the brand new box of crayons. I had bunches of like, I found pencil cases that they weren't new, but they were clean. And then I put in like pencils and erasers, and I found a couple of sketchbooks I'd never used, so I put those in, and some colouring books and pencils and all sorts of stuff. So stickers, so many stickers. crayons would be good for rocks. Yeah. Oh, Smoke. You know, I think it's been a hot second since you've seen my hair. Since you're real in my hair, it's a little faded now, but my colours are still there. Ooh. Sorry, I just saw I've got a bunch of messages. Ooh, that is so pretty. Smelt has rainbow hair, by the way. I want rainbow hair. Speaking of rainbows, oh my goodness. We are the sheep that meep. We are the sheep that meep. We are the sheep that meep. Hello, 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 everybody. Welcome in. Let's get you situated so you can see what we've been working on. And do the things. Thank you, mods, for doing the shout outs. Rainbow Sheep is a chaotic, glittery, rainbow-licious space here on Twitch, and honestly it is a joy to go over there and have the best of times. Like, it is a party in rainbows. It is so fun over there. It is full of creativity and joy and laughter, and it's just vibes. And if you're not already, if that heart is hollow, click to follow. Go join the Rainbow Sheep. Go become someone who meeps. It's a good time over there. So for all our new friends that joined us, sorry, I'm really cold, so I'm just gonna go like this for a minute. For all our new friends that have joined us, kia ora. My name is Amy. I am a colorist based in Aotearoa, New Zealand. I see we had a new friend join us. We have anonymous follows here, so thank you so much. I colour in adult colouring books. That's my thing. I used to work as a portrait illustrator, and then I damaged my hands, and so I started colouring to retrain my hands and kind of fell in love in the process. And so now I take lines drawn by other people and turn them into works of art, and it's really fun. We're usually quite chill and cozy and comfy here, but I'm a little bit chaos gremlin today. Love your crown. Thank you. Yes, we are rocking a crown today. We were rocking like a real fancy outfit today because we're also having a little bit of a celebration. I was a vapor and I have given up nicotine. I'm officially 28 days nicotine free. So that's pretty like whoop whoop. So that's why we're wearing a fancy crown today, because we're feeling fancy, because we've given up nicotine for 28 days. You got to celebrate the little things, you know. In the grand scheme of things, yeah, that's not a long time, but if you've ever given up something for 28 days that you're very addicted to, yeah, it's a long time. And we celebrate it. We celebrate each step. So yeah, Rainbow Sheep, if you need to do the raid and fade so that you can do some self-cares to look after yourself, please feel free to. But if you or any of your beautiful community want to keep on hanging around while we do the arts here, feel free to. We are working in a very unlike me colouring book, which is by Kerby Rosanes, called Dark Fairytales. I am normally someone who doesn't colour or do dark, creepy, spooky type colouring. However, this is a brand new colouring book. It is something that I've been waiting for quite a while. I had quite a few pre-order muck-ups, so finally got my hands on it. And I started working on a page last night, and I did this using water-based markers. So if you think of like Crayola Supertips that you might give kids, that's how I've coloured this page. And so I had a few questions about how I shade and do details when I work with these markers. So that's what we've been doing today, is working on this page with our markers and showing how to build up different textures. So we've done a little bit of clothing fold, we've done a little bit of wood texture, and we're just doing some bush texture right now when you came in. Ooh, that dress, yeah. This one is Cinderella, Dancing with Death. But yeah, her dress is almost done. The only thing left to do is I'm going to take like a white pencil and come in here and add some sharper white highlights, because I want to make it more like satin. So it's like a shiny gold satin. So we'll be adding in some like sharper highlights to give that illusion of a shiny fabric. And then where all this detailed work is at the bottom of her dress, I'm going to pull out glitter and metallic and different gel pens that I have to make it look like it's an embroidered, bedazzled gold dress. Because in the original telling of Cinderella, not the original goes back to Greek mythology. I think it's Greek. But in the French one, I think it's Lafayette, in his telling of Cinderella, she wears a gold and silver dress. So that's what I'm trying to create here, is a gold and silver dress. And then the rest of this, as I colour it in, will be like a dark masquerade. So we're doing lots of dark reds, dark purples, dark blues, and giving it real dark but glowy vibes. These are going to be our light sources. So, yeah. It's a good time. But for now, we're working on Red Riding Hood. That was our last colour to go. So I'm just going to turn it back this way because it just makes it a little easier for me to access this area here. Congratulations again, friend. I'm off once again. All good, Winter. I always appreciate you being here. You take care. And you have a lovely rest of time zone. I always love seeing you here. If you're not already YouTube friends, you should be following Winter 89 Colors. Gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous content creator. Makes delightful videos. And one of the things I appreciate the most about Winter is their willingness to just go for it, to try, to embrace creativity and embrace the doing. And that's really refreshing. It's not about... Some illustrators have very specific formulas that they follow for coloring, and it's beautiful to see the consistency. It's always beautiful coloring. But it's always interesting to watch someone explore technique and creativity and just discover, and it's still just as beautiful and just as interesting. But it also leaves you with a surprise of, oh, that's a fun way to try it, or that's a different approach. And I love that as well. I am off for the night. Going to catch episode 2 of Wildmount Wildlings. Yes, I still need to catch up on episode 1. But you have a wonderful rest of the time zone too, Smalt. I will indeed practice the self-cares. We're going to get a little bit more done in here. We're doing good. I've been pretty good about stopping every hour and a half for stretchies. I like how our bush is progressing. You flatter me in my chaotic brain. Well, it tickles my chaotic brain, so I appreciate it. Right, so we'll just leave that to dry, and then we'll probably go over that with a little bit of grey in a couple areas just to recede in a few more areas like we did over here. But I like how it's progressing, and again, super tips. Really, really quick. So we've got a few little areas of grass around here. What do we want her on? Do we want it on ground or grass? I feel like it's more ground with some grassy areas. So we'll draw that in, and then we can do the grassy bits. And then we can do the ground afterwards, because that'll just be grey. So for consistency, we'll have to also base those mushrooms just in the green to match our other mushrooms up here. Alright, we're going to have to be careful around here too, because there's actual flowers in this bush. There could be flowers in the other ones that we're just not seeing. But we have a plan for those. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. So that one's pretty much all in shadow, so we're just doing that whole thing. Dot 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 dot. dot, 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 dot. So yes, I'm even using the dots on the individual leaves because it also creates the ripply texture of the plants. Gonna drop a lurk and find out what boyfriend and I are doing for dinner, and then hopefully eat. This coloring's coming out amazing, and Big creates on 28 days no nicotine. Yes, I'm so glad you caught me too. I have to try and catch your stream again. I've been a little lax on getting to streams lately. I've had a lot of zone out time. Last month has been a lot of I'm going to punch somebody in the face if I'm near them right now. So it's been a lot of what makes my brain happy and brain distracted. But yes, I appreciate you so much for being here. Thank you so much for your raid. You take all the self-cares, and thank you so much for the lurkies. Alright! Thank you so much for the follow as well. We have anonymous follows here, so thank you so much. You're welcome to pop in and say hi, or if you feel just more comfy hiding in the shadows, you hide away. As long as you're comfy. That is my main goal. We're going to use a little bit of this grey just to deepen up some of our shadow areas. Alright, that goes in there. Alright. It didn't need too much, but just a little bit more just to push it. Do, 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 do. Leave that up there because we'll probably use it again soon. And then we go in with our dark grey, and once again, dot, 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 dot. Dot, 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 dot. Dot, 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 dot. That's because we're doing a lot of little dots. If you haven't gathered by now by the dot, 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 we're doing a lot of dots. But the combination of all the little dots reads as plants and plant leaves and different plant textures. So it's like a really quick way to fill in these areas while also creating the illusion of what we're trying to create. Now, this one I do have to be a little bit more careful because there are flowers in here, and that's a perfect opportunity to also bring in some more red or a different other color if we want. If I do accidentally color it in green, it's not the end of the world. I can bring that back out, but it would be nice if I can work around it. And here we're just literally colouring it in because there is pretty much in shadow. Right, so my brush got caught underneath, but luckily did not hit the edge of that, so we're good. We still have no bleed through from my quick glance, but we'll do a proper check a little bit just to make sure. So it's a little less dotty on here for these big leaves. A little bit more filling in of the sections. I did a follow, looks phenomenal. Thank you so much, Cranky Martini, which, by the way, love the name. Excellent name. Cranky Martini sounds like a good thing to have on a Friday night. And thank you so much. I'm really enjoying how it's coming together, and it is coming together relatively quickly as well, which is one of the great things about water-based markers. I'm off for eats and video games. Oh, Shona, that sounds fantastic. Oh, love it. Love it, love it, love it. Yeah, I will have to head off for work at some point soon. But we've got a little bit left. I want to get, I'm going to get these leaves done, but I want to get a little bit more done. I'm just debating if we do the ground next or if we do something else. I kind of feel like the ground would be great to finish off, and then we've got a nice big section all done. So again, I'm just going to quickly base these mushrooms in our green. Just going to get the lighter green over top. There's not a lot that goes into the mushrooms because we're going to pull these out in markers. It's just matching the green for up there. We're going to do those quite a bit lighter. But they're one of those things that's easier to pull out in pencils. Okay. So apart from the red that I forgot to leave enough time to dry, which is ghosted and bled through slightly, but again, that was on me. I saturated the page and did not allow drying time. Nowhere else. No other bleed through. And look how much we've coloured. Oop, I just saw a section I missed. My bad. Alright, and again, we use our light green to fill in some of these mushrooms. And the reason why I want to do them with pencil is I actually want to go over them with a cream pencil and make them really, really light. So just having that little tint of a base colour there will help, but it will be all about after they're layered in with pencil. Got this little bush here. Edge of the bushes, the edge of the leaves. top section. A little bit of bush behind it. And then, very, very importantly, we wait for that to dry because it's very important. Once again, forgot this one in here. A little bit of grey for deepening up these edges. I forgot that one entirely too. Wow, I'm doing really well. And the main thing is to darken in there a bit, give the illusion that you are behind. Here we go. I'm amazed at how this picture is coming together. Like, my mind is legitimately blown. It looks so good and it's going to be awesome when you're finished. Thank you, Double A. The markers make this so much easier. For sure, which is why I love using the markers. Where am I going to put my phone? Up there. It's one of my favorite go-tos when my hands are also feeling like crud, because I can still color like this when my hands are feeling shucked, basically. Yeah. I would have never even tried it. Never would have buy markers. Hashtag Amy made me buy it again. But also, yeah. A cheap set of markers. Again, Crayola Supertips. You get like the 50 or 100 pack, you're sorted. They're really, really cheap. I don't know what is accessible to you, but you don't need fancy smancy markers. You just need to have a good variety in colour. Minimum 48, but I really like any set that comes with 100 or 120. Because, or if you can get like a 48 and something that has like a pastel range or something. Because a lot of the time markers are just very bright and vibrant. And you do want to have a couple of like pastel lighter markers. So that's really something that helps a lot. But yeah, you don't need expensive quality ones. You just need a range and you can go for it. Yeah, Double A, I appreciate you so much. But also I'm aware this is one of my many problems with Amazon. The pastel markers will not send to New Zealand. I want the pastel ones, and I appreciate you looking and thinking of me, Double A. Also, Fud! Hello. Thank you. We were in like a fancy coat as well, and I did have my hair down, and we've been switching between crowns. In fact, shall we just double crown? Yeah, we're celebrating a little bit today because I'm officially 28 days vape free. So I was like, screw it, we're going to dress fancy and celebrate today because it's important to celebrate the little things. So yeah, we're wearing a crown, celebrating being nicotine free for 28 days. And we're colouring in a new colouring book that you, I think, might really enjoy. Dark Fairytales. It is creepy retelling of fairy tales. Minecraft Cat 36, hello. Yeah, I started a page in it last night, which is this one here, which is Cinderella. And it says in the back of the book, Kerby drew Cinderella not with her true love, but with death, because she can't rely on anybody in her life, basically. Like, she has to save herself. So instead she dances with death. Yeah, because she will forever be at the mercy of someone else, which I love. I love the way this scene is illustrated. So I started working on this one last night with water-based markers, and then I got a bunch of messages and questions asking how I did that with water-based markers. And so today we have been working on this one. We've been going for 4.5 hours, and you can see how much we've done. That is with me getting very distracted and talky, and probably only spending 2.5 hours colouring between all the talky talks. So it's very, very quick. Yeah, love how it's progressing. Yeah. 28 days nicotine free is boss. Yeah, I'm pretty pleased on it. It's, yeah, no more nicotine club. Yeah, I'm really shocked that I made it, because I went cold turkey and I thought I was going to have to wean, and it just snapped one night, went, nope, that's it, and stopped. And I am shocked. It's still been hard. It's been a month of me wanting to punch people for a vape, and I am not someone who is violent. And there has been multiple times where I've told people, don't come near me because I will punch you for your vape. So I am not a violent person, but yeah, there has definitely been those times. It's getting a lot better. I knew that it was basically get to day free, 1 week, and then 28 days. And now it's going to be a lot easier. I knew if I could get through the first 28 days, we were good. And we're good. So yeah, we're celebrating today, hence the crown. And I was wearing like a fancy jacket and stuff, but I got cold, so instead we're wearing fancy unicorn hoodie because hoodies. Yeah. Right. Welcome back, Stardust. Hello, hello. Congrats on finishing adulting. That's really good. Look at the Tombow. Tombos are gorgeous. Yeah. Wait for a Tombow sale, and I've seen them for $100. Ooh, that's not bad actually. Friends also do Tombos? Yeah. So I did use a Tombow on here. The red is a Tombow. The great thing about Tombos is they actually have numbers on them. So like you can actually say I'm using 856. So yeah, I would like to eventually get the Tombos. They are a very good range of colours, and they come in some really good pastels. And if you go Tombow, they are a lot more expensive, but you can replace individual colours as they use up. Cheap set though, a box of Supertips by Crayola. Fantastic. 100 box of Crayola Supertips, and you are covered with every colour. So yeah, I have mine. I have merged all my markers, all my different sets, and then I rubber band them by colour group. So I've got Crayola Supertips, I've got some generic brush markers, I've got this one that I got for free with some colouring books, so don't even know. These are Staedler dual tipped markers. I think there's some Tombows, as I said, and there's some other various random felt tips and stuff like that. So it's just a, oh yep, there's another random brush pen. So it's just a random collection, but I just put all my colour groups together so I know, like, oh, I want to work with reds here, and I'll pull out the reds. I want to work with greens, and it's more like I want to work with earthy greens, I want to work with blue greens. It's how I kind of split them up. Your markers and shading is great. Wish I didn't have to sleep. Well, Cranky Martini, if you have to sleep, you have to sleep, and please do. However, I also dual stream to YouTube, which means I have VODs going up immediately on YouTube. So if you need to, you can absolutely just go and check out my YouTube channel. There is a lot of content there because I stream a lot, and I've been told I'm wonderful to fall asleep to. So if you need background noise to fall asleep to, please do. Yeah. Yes, there's quite a few different types too. If you're looking for water-based versus pigment, very different as well. But water-based is fun. Yeah. Wondering what water set to invest in. Yeah. Yeah, it depends on your budget and what you want to use. But if you want to go with cheap, I know Supertips are pretty cheap for a lot of people. And again, they come in a box of 100. It's just getting that range. So you've got a good range of colors. Box of 100, you should be golden. But yeah, Tombows, glorious, gorgeous, expensive. You don't need to get Tombows. Oh look, this sheet here, shadow drilled on it. So this is why shadow is not allowed on the desk with the book out when I'm using water-based markers. Because cat drill, ew. I'm semi-lurking while I make jewelry again. Yeah, you go. I know you've got a market next week, the massive market. So I know you're going hard right now. You got this. Right, now before I do that, we actually don't want to do the ground grey because we're doing the wolf grey. So we want to do the ground browns, but we want to go in more earthy browns. Maybe we will pull out these ones. This might be a time to use the Colours of the World set. Because we can pull out, yeah. Let's pull out some of these Colours of the World set, which is going to make things interesting. But we can work with that because I have it in Chonky Boy. And then I have it in, we want deep golden. Uber fine. I don't have medium. I have chonky or fine. Sorry, I will have to take off this heavier crown because it keeps wanting to fall off my head. Now I've got my hair in a bun. Alright, so we'll keep our shadow grey that we used because that's actually quite good to keep consistent. If we've got that shadow grey, and then we've got the brown. And we could technically bring in a bit of the greeny brown from the trees. In fact, we could bring in that light green too. So not all over, but just as random like little areas. And then I think I want to bring in a bit more grey. It's going to be a bit of an odd one, this one. Do you use anything to protect your pages after they are done? Depends on the media. Most of my pages get baking paper at the very least to stop transfer if they're a double-sided book. So I do put in like a sheet while I'm working in the book, but because they are closed on the shelf, they don't need protection from light. I live somewhere where it's not particularly humid or damp, so I don't need to worry about humidity. The biggest issue that I have is that I love using Mod Podge Sparkle, and that technically takes 4 weeks to cure, and I'm really bad at remembering to leave my books open for it to cure for more than 24 hours, and then it just ends up sticking to itself. So that's why I put baking paper in between. I have been researching some sprays and fixative sprays and stuff like that, especially because I do have a book that is nearing completion, Mythomorphia, that's gonna need rebinding, and I need to, like right now each page has a baking sheet between it, but I'm gonna want to spray protect it when the book is done, and you know, take that out to get it properly rebound. So yeah, I do need to figure something out, but I'm also like, meh, I'll wait till I finish the book, you know, because also I'm lazy. Drawing to shadow, yeah. Oh no, you got the brush of water but not the pencil. I mean, it is easy enough to do, but yeah, frustrating because it's like, this is the point, brain. Okay, I think that'll work, and then we can, yeah, and then we'll do like, okay, I think that will look quite cute. We're going to try that. I haven't actually done this technique before, but we're going to try it because why not? Like, if it doesn't work, I'll figure something else out. As I said, you can only try and you can only experiment. So, we're going to start with our Colours of the World. So again, I have Chonky Boy and Superfine. I'm going to start with Superfine just to make sure I do this the way I'm imagining. And then again, Kerby has drawn in some lines for us. So we're going to kind of follow these lines. Not every single line, but starting from the areas of dark shadow and then just dragging them across. See what I'm doing? Yep. And I'm going to use this chunky boy to just make sure I'm going right around these edges. Being careful around our lightish green of the plants. So we got our streaks across. I just realized I started with the wrong color per my practice, but that's okay. We'll make it work. It was meant to be the grays first. So let's ignore Amy trying to explain anything on this section. And then we'll start again on the next section, where Amy actually knows a little bit more what she's doing. But yes, I think that ground will work. Now, did you bleed through because I didn't dry any layers? No, surprise. I like rebinding my adult colouring books. They're just glue bound. Yeah, they do. I've got one book, Mythomorphia, that is going to need to be professionally rebound somehow, and I've still got to figure out where that's happening. I mean, I've watched enough videos that I feel confident to rebind it. I just don't have the supplies. I don't have the clamps and the book press. I have the acid-free glue. I have all the stuff to make all the covers, and like I legit could rebind it myself if I just got the clamps. That's the only thing I really need, is a way to clamp it all together and mount it so I can brush the glues on and stuff like that. Like, I could. So, yeah. Right, so let's do this properly. We're starting with our greys. And again, as I said, we're streaking this across. We're focusing on concentrating in certain areas because this is also our shadow colour. Not Shadow the cat colour, just our shadow colour. So creating the shadows, but then also dragging it across horizontally. Not necessarily the whole thing, but we do want to have a bit of drag. Not worrying too much about the stones that are there, but we are trying to follow putting the deepest colour in the areas where Kerby has concentrated the lines. Keeping in mind we've also got a left light source, so to the right of our wolf should be a shadow. We're going to take our light grey and we're going to continue out filling in those lines till we end up with a grey toned streaky ground. And it's okay if this lighter grey goes a little bit over, because it'll actually just help fill in our plants and add some more texture to our plants because it is a lighter grey. And then we take our deep golden. We make sure this is nice and dry. And then we work our deep golden over everything. Again, working horizontally, we are covering up most of this, but if there's gaps, and that's okay. We actually want some gaps. Trying to make sure that the deep golden is solid in those darker areas, and then in the lighter areas, it's not so essential, because we're going to work two more colours in after this. Be careful around the plant bush here, because this brown will show up. making sure we're working only horizontally, keeping our lines going across, and even in spacing it doesn't matter too much. Back here where it's quite a bit darker, I'm just filling in the entire thing with this deep golden. No bleed through, that's what we like. Then we've got our light tan green and also our yellowy green that we use for the highlight edge of this plant here. And again, streaking across. So instead of dot dot dot, this one is line line line. So we're going back over where we have our little gaps. But again, if we don't cover up everything, it's quite alright. This is just helping us fill in. We can also use it to blend out any areas. So there's a couple of areas where the shadow line we put in is a bit intense, and this lighter color kind of helps us blend it out a bit. Don't saturate it too much, Amy, because we don't want bleed through. Then we take this light green color, and this one it's totally okay if we work over into the bushes with it because it's what we use for the bushes. And this just brings in that little bit of mossy plant growth into our plant floor. And we can work right over our bushes, making sure we get all our edges clean. And here's our ground. Look how quickly we did that whole section of ground. Like, we've still got half the ground to go, but this is what I mean about markers. This is the joy. Once you get it down, you can whip this up so quickly, and look at all that texture and dimension and shadow we got in there. Now we can still develop that further and push those shadows a bit more, but also, like, you could call that done. You could absolutely call that done. So fast. Yeah, it's Zoomies technique. Good night, Yana. Yeah, I imagine you are zoned out. So yes, I hope Tombow Friday. I love Tombow Friday. I love that idea, Yana. And I hope that this technique will just work for you and give you the chill colouring while still allowing you to do what you need to do. Just gonna colour tomorrow. Heck yeah! Yeah. Right, you need to buy a printer. Ooh. Brittany Daniels. Printer sounds fantastic. Just gonna, the back of the book. It is too. Yes, it is that one, although that one's a little bit more gory than we're going to be doing on stream. Alright, so we've got one more section of ground to do here. And then that's all our ground done. And then we can do some fur texture on our wolf. And then we can talk about how to do the sky, which is probably the most difficult part in this, is how do you do sky when you can't colour smoothly. So we probably should cover doing sky. But we'll finish off the ground. We'll do the wolf, because then we can do the wolf head, and then we can work in here and work on her. I mean, all going well, I could smash this out pretty quickly. But also, we ain't pushing ourselves. I'll try and discuss a little bit about different ideas for the sky. I'm not 100% sure how I'm doing the sky yet, but I can at least talk about your options for the sky. Because, yeah, big open spaces are the enemy of this technique. So you want to be working in something where you've got detail. And this is why I said Kerby's books are fantastic for it when it's like a book like this, because this is so detailed and so shaded that this works brilliantly for the marker technique. However, we do have an open thing. Now, I added in a moon, and that's going to make our page immediately a little bit less open space. Yeah. For the video. Are you talking about Jackie from Spare Room Studios, Stardust? Because I know I linked that one. Yeah, teaser real brush prunes come in 180 different colors. Ooh, 180 colors. Damn. Yeah, I want to find a, like, again, the quality. You obviously want enough quality where the pen will last. You don't want like dry pens immediately. But yeah, I'd love to find like a really ridiculously big set of water-based markers that actually comes with lots of different colors in it. But most of them that I find are 50, 60 type ranges. And then Crayola has their 100. Plus I have the Colours of the World set of Crayola, which adds in another 24. So I technically have 124 Crayola colours. Crayola also have another set which has got called Colours of Kindness, which is like a pastel set. And there are 4 colours in there that are exclusive to the Colours of Kindness set. So if you got the Crayola 100 pack of Super Tips, the Colours of the World set, the Colours of Kindness set, and then I think the pastel set is exclusive colors as well. If you got all of those, you have 148 colors, and that will be amazing. Yes, that's it. Okay, all good. I will DM you because I've still got the link open. So Stardust, I'll DM you the link. Why aren't you pasting? There you go. There you go, hun. Now it's there. Easy peasy. And collecting pan pastels for the skies on the works. Yeah. And I know I can't blend water-based markers, so you've got a couple of options. Let me just get this grey down, and then the thing can just dry for a minute while I pull some examples. Give me 2 ticks. Okay, you can all dry for a minute. So, we have a couple of options. I need that one there, and I need... Kind of explains it. I can't remember what book I did it in. So the first option obviously is to use an entirely different medium. Pencils, paints, anything you like. However, I like to try and keep mediums consistent on a page like this because it's going to be really obvious that you're using a different medium. So you can take water-based markers and water them down like a watercolor. And so we could do something like, what one has a good amount of sky to show? Okay, this one's covered in glitter, but it'll give you an idea. So we could do something like this, where we take the markers, we scribble them on a piece of glass, pick it up with water and brush it on. Now the reason why I'm not going to do that is A, we're going to have to be so darn pedantic to make sure that this doesn't bleed through to the other side, and I don't have the water control to do that. I know I'm going to bleed through if I do this. Like, this is 210 GSM card and you can see it still bleeds through because I use so much water when I do this. Oh no, don't worry, Autumn. Honestly, I get distracted so often. Like, distractions are a thing. Like, distract me. I love being distracted. Honestly, we deep dive like cakes the other day for like an hour. Like, we pulled up the local grocery supermarket and started browsing the supermarket. We deep dive into weird stuff sometimes. It's quite alright. This is very appropriate. But yeah, this is an option, basically. Now, again, I don't have the control to do it without bleeding through with some certainty. You can work the bleed through. For example, Jackie from Spare Room Studio that I linked before does use this water-based technique in Reefer Flowers and Friend by Ken Matsuura. I think that's a book, but anyway, it bleeds through. And it shows through clearly on the other side, but she works with it and she shows you how to work with it, and it looks fantastic the way she does it. But the other reason I wouldn't do it is because if we were to do this should be done first, because again, water is not our friend here. If we take our beautiful page that we've been working on and we accidentally drop a drop of water here, explosion, pigment's going to get pushed, it's going to get ruined. Not ruined, it's fixable, but it's not ideal. So I don't want to bring wet media near it, and for those reasons it's not what I would do. But that is an option if you are careful with your water application and are willing to risk it. I'd be willing to risk it. I just should have done it first. So the other option then is to work with the markers directly. Now this is not the best example. You're going to have to use a little bit of imagination here. But you can see here we have quite a big area of grass that I have done, and I have created a little bit of a gradient. And I've done that because it's grass. I have done that working the lines. And this is the same technique as the dots. We started with the darker color, more concentrated around where the shadows are, and then faded out where the shadows aren't, and then it's the next color, and then it's the next color. So again, this dark is all around here, lighter here, none up here, but the medium tone is darker around here, lighter here, none up here. This next darker tone is darker here, lighter here, none up here. So it's that same idea as the dots that we were just doing on the bushes, but done with lines. So taking that same concept of lines and some scrap paper, we have our moon. We want, say, beautiful, bright, glowing yellow moon. And we're going to do some pinky purples around it, right? This is not the right colors. I'm just grabbing a couple for example. So we've got our moon. We've colored that in. It's looking beautiful. We then decide we need to bring it out. We can start working lines and radiating it out, and then we can take our next color. This is not the right color, but again, working at lighter lines, and then as we get out, more concentrated. And then we work our next color. Again, outside, more concentrated, and then blend it into the two. The two pinks are going to blend brilliantly. The yellow to pink, not so much. That would technically need, like, at least an orange. Let's grab one. This is a rough blend. Don't judge it on the blend, right? But, so it's going to be a bit streaky to do this. It's not going to be a perfect blend. Again, we are going to see those lines like we have done on the ground. But here we're shaping the lines around the moon. And so it's going to, it may or may not work for us. But that is what I'm kind of thinking of doing. Now, it may look horrendous. It may look brilliant. What bundle did I pull this from? That one there. But I'm willing to try it. And I think it's probably going to look quite cool. It might look a bit Tim Burton-esque. The other option is that we do the dot technique. And we just do it very, very slowly. Very carefully. Lots and lots of layers. Lots and lots of different colors to build out our gradient. Again, I've probably got the wrong colors here. I didn't do any further away ones. And that is going to leave us with a texture. But then we could also work over that texture with a white gel pen to make it look like moons and stars in the sky. So that's another option too. Yeah. It's like working with gouache. So work with the streaking there too. Exactly, Autumn. Exactly. We're finding ways to work with the fact that these markers will streak and will be textured. And so in something that isn't inherently textured, like a night sky, how can we add in texture? So adding in a moon breaks up the sky. We could also turn this into a cloudy night sky and imagine that these clouds in here and break that up. We can also sorry, I had to look around for where I placed it. So on the gorgeous Airy page that we recently finished off, in the sky here, we've got these clouds that we did with a white paint pen. So that is another option where we can take this gradient, because this gradient has been created the exact same way we've been doing the ground. It is streaks across the page, working down in different tones till we get to a lighter point. So we could erase our moon and do this, and then the clouds have been created by taking a brush paint pen, so acrylic paint pen, but a brush one, and working it down and then using a finger to lift some of it up to create that fluffy texture. So that's another thing, is we could also create a nighttime sky look, and we could create that moon cloudy sky. So what I will probably do is I'll probably look up a couple of references and decide what to do there. I can mount my phone, so maybe, because we probably won't get to it on stream today, and then Sunday is painting, and like I'm probably going to end up doing it off camera, but I will try to find a way to either mount my phone or mount this to record it for either YouTube or as a reel. I will find out. Whatever I decide to do, I'll record it and try and share it with you. Perfection! Hello, hello. Welcome in. Yeah, if it was stormy or cloudy, I'd be okay, but adding a maroon is just brilliant. Yeah, so we can make it stormy. You have the Arteza? Oh, there we go. Right. So we're back up to our gold, deep golden. We've got our chunky boy, and we've got our fine one. So I'm going to use the fine one to get into some of those little gaps, but for now I'm going to skip this album because I just realized we're on the Christmas album. The second one, and then we're good. And then I don't think there's another Christmas album for the equivalent of 3 or 4 streams. How are you, Perfection? I hope your day hasn't been too intense. It sounds very busy. We have been working on this page while I explain how I use water-based markers. And it's been going well. But yeah, we just got sky options. And I don't know, because we are getting very close to 2 p.m. Start work at 4:30 p.m. How am I feeling? Can I get away with not going to work today? No, not going to work today. That's wishful thinking. Not having a nap today. Because if I don't have a nap today, we can carry on. It does mean that I'm working with no nap. I do have a concentration thing tonight, and I really have to concentrate tonight. How many spoons do I have? I have all the spoons today, though. That's the thing. I feel really good today. But that's now. And I am wanting to carry on with it. That's the thing, like, another couple of hours of working solidly and we could get this page finished. Like, it is really quick. Nap if you need. Yeah, that's the thing. I don't think I need a nap much, but I'm also like, am I going to regret that? Like, I feel okay today, but am I just tempting fate because I'm really enjoying this page and I just want to get it done? And even if I don't sleep, sometimes it's still important for me to take like a little while to rest. Either way, I need to get up and get a Werther's original because my throat is going from talking so much today. But I am thoroughly enjoying it. Alright, too much green. We need to bring in more of this. I'm good, just tired, being since 7 AM, but got home, put the slow cooker on. Yum, I love a good slow cooker meal. Really quite delicious. Ooh, we're pretty saturated there, but no bleed through. I do need to go back over the grey though, because I do need to do shadows, but I can't do that right now because it's too saturated. And we risk. But there's our ground done too. Looking at this makes me want to find a new audiobook with a fated mate or something. Yeah. I would say this knowing probably likely, and also it's not exactly fated, well, it's kind of fated mate, but it's not wolf. The Court of Thorns and Roses. If you know, you know. Sure you have. I'm sure we've talked about this before. Sure we have. Naps are a must. Nap power. Yeah. Yeah. The fact that I'm so indecisive is probably a sign I need a nap. Because that tends to happen when I'm, like, indecisive, you know? It's a sign that I'm tired. So yeah, I think we'll just wait for this ground to dry. I'll do another little bit of shadowing, and then that is where we'll call it. And as I said, I will make a point of, once I figure out how I'm doing the sky, I'll record the sky, because I know that part is kind of essential. We've talked about the dots and the lines that I've used. I'm going to do the same thing for the wolf's fur. Same thing, using small flicking motion to create the fur and the texture. Similar to the dots, but slightly more elevated, slightly finer. I will also bring in a Staedler Fineliner to define fur a little bit more in areas. So that's the only difference there. We've done clothing folds. Skin is exactly the same as clothing folds. It's all in small sections. It's just focused on those smooth gradients. Everything in the basket is everything we've talked about already. So yeah, the only thing we haven't talked about is how to approach the sky. So I will make a point of recording that one. Yeah, you want to continue because it's fun and doable, but you'll likely need a nap. Yeah, I will have regrets later on. Like, I'll crash in an hour and then it'll be too close to work for me to nap. And I'll be like, why? Why didn't I go for a nap? So, yeah. Yeah, you have a credit on Audible? There you go. There you go. It's a whole deep dive. Do you only have the 1 credit or do you have the 2 credit? Because maybe you might need... Like, book 1 is good, but book 2, it makes it really good. You need to get through book 2. Like, even if book 1 doesn't quite make you get there, you need to get through book 2. Because book 1 and book 2, they need to be a mega book, but I understand why they're 2 books. Anyway, yes, so plan is, let me just go here because I need to send send a message. I'll do that later. So plan is for Sunday at this stage is to do gouache painting. First time trying gouache, I was sent some lovely gouache to try by an anonymous, and so the plan is to pull out Magical Woodland by Kate Colourin and try some gouache in there. I also may or may not have some friends joining me on voice for stream who are a bit more experienced with gouache than me, so hopefully will give us some advice and tips, and we can show off some amazing gouache work by some other peeps as well. So yes, hopefully this is all up in the air. You know how my body is. I've also got chronic illness. It's hard to plan things. We're trying, but will we get to see this page finished, a picture? Absolutely. I will post it on Instagram when I am done, and as I said, I will also Stardust. Don't grab it straight away. Just wait. I'll talk to you in a minute. I will record the Skype view so you can see that technique, and just add it to my videos, and yeah, carry on with my other picture as well. So yes, Sunday, hopefully gouache. If the gouache doesn't happen because I don't have brain spoons for a new process, or I don't have, my friends can't join me, or just things happen and we can't string gouache on Sunday, we will also look at merging back to the Shooting Star book that I talked about, or if I haven't finished this by chance, we'll finish this. Depends if I want to go light or I want to go dark. So yeah, just Sunday is roughly that plan. And then Tuesday, if we haven't done Shooting Star by then, I'll work on Shooting Star. Hopefully, I'm imagining we finish the gouache all in one day. So I do want to do that Shooting Star page. So that'll be Tuesday and probably Friday. And then the following Sunday, because I have planned this many pages out in advance, is Romantic Country 3. I said I wanted a little break from Romantic Country, but I am itching to get back to it. And I have, of course, Romantic Country 3 is a new book to try and colour in. And I have a plan for that one as well. So, yeah. I got the Hemi gouache I haven't used because it could be a nice follow along for technique and stuff. Yes. I believe that is what Pencil Butter uses as Hemi gouache, and I believe Smalt have used it too, so they can actually answer about that one as well. They were the ones that recommended I did not get Hemi gouache because of the amount of work for my wrist to keep them activated that I may not be capable of doing on a bad pain day. So yeah, the joy of having wonderful friends who know stuff. But yes, we are going to end stream here, so exciting times coming up. I'm also trying to organise some co-streams, so there could be some streams outside of normal stream time. So keep an eye on the socials, keep an eye around, and I will always post on Instagram stories when I'm going live. I will try to get better posting elsewhere, but I don't know really where else to post. Just keep an eye on my Instagram stories, it's the best bet. And yeah, take care of yourself. And I will see you all on Sunday, hopefully. Have a good night, or time zone.